Oh, actually, I almost forgot. Just a quick word. So I've been coming to the meetup since this year, and he volunteered to make this today's presentation, and at the same time, I'll share the group into a new area that we haven't explored yet. So that area is mobile development. So today is gonna introduce us to not only mobile development, but specifically mobile development in the Android with the Android platform. And
All right, thank you, Ben, for the brief introduction.
yes.
All right, everyone. So my name is Abdul. Some people know me by Abdul, some know me by Hafiz. So I'll go by either way. I prefer Hafiz, but whatever. So like Ben mentioned earlier, today's presentation will be about Android development and most importantly, how you can use Android with AI mix to accomplish certain stuff. So without further ado, we can get started. I'm going to give you guys like just a brief overview of what to expect with this meeting, and then we're going to get started. So technically, the first thing that we need to focus on will be just, discussing what the project is about, what it's built on, and then we're going to move on to some introductions. Then we're going to talk about some prerequisites and some getting started. And then this is just about understanding Android development, and what you need to actually get started with building apps. It's technically the basics and a little bit of advanced stuff, but I promise you, after this, you will have a strong understanding of what you need for building Android applications. Then we're going to move on to building the application itself. Then we're going to do some testing and debugging. And then we're going to briefly talk about deployment, how to deploy your app. And then we're going to have a final demo. And we're going to talk about like some major points when it comes to mobile development, which is garbage collection and battery usage. All right, so getting started. So here is about the project. And then I know this picture is small, so let's just open this on the side and then you guys can just see it. All right, you know what? This thing is not playing well. Let me just make it bigger. All right, so a couple presentations back, we talked about how to leverage AI for like a pizza ordering tool. And then we talked about the back end, which is like building the API and all. And I believe Samda Brunel was the one who actually talked about it. So this is the front end of it, which is the mobile app itself. And then this is just an overview of what we can expect. So now, sorry about that. I'm just gonna zoom out a little bit. Can you guys still see?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, all right. So as I was mentioning earlier, by the end of this project, you will have a solid grasp of the Android development and the ability to leverage the AI technology to create, apps and use innovative AI technically. So now building with Android. So first, what you need to understand when it comes to building mobile applications for Android, you need to have some understanding, some basics understanding of the Android world itself, how the mobile world works and all that. And then there's also a Java part of it. So Android uses a couple languages to build apps. One of them is Java. Actually started with Java, and then that's why I'm making this presentation about the Java part. And then later on, we can actually have another one with Kotlin and all that. So artificial intelligence, this right here, we're just going to briefly talk about it because the back end is already built, but it's more like an API way of accessing your AI and then retrieving data. And then how to also like provide some extra information to, customize your queries. All right. So introduction to Android development. All right. So this part right here is interesting. So I'm sure most of you guys are aware of, the Android world, that it's bigger than Apple. They have a large market share, and the 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 potential is big. So building an Android app opens, you to the world out there. And then as you can see, there's so many users. And then you have 56% of the smartphones actually account for it by Q4 2023. So building your app, you will target a larger audience. At the same time, you also have to keep in mind that you have a large um, set of developers too, and community. So that means you get a lot of support. And then, if you have any issues, you can just, either go online or you can go on stuff like Reddit and then ask questions, and then they'll provide you some guidance. And on top of that, the Android, um, the documentation is pretty well documented too. So, you can also leverage that. This is a link to, providing you more information about what we discussed here. Um, and then a little bit of history. So when was Android created? So as of August 18, 2008, that's when the first release was out. And then that's Android 0.9 SDK. It was released, but it also included some bugs, right? Just like anything, when you're building, don't expect to build like the perfect thing out there. Just release it, and then you work on it, and then make it perfect, right? Make it better by the day. So anybody who use Android today will understand that Android is solid. It's pretty solid to for most users. But back then, the first people who actually leveraged the Android 0.9 were kind of disappointed, but it didn't stop Google from continuing. And then fast forward December 5th, 2008, Google announced the first Android dev phone. And that phone was just like, it was for developers, number one. And then it already, included SIM cards, unlocked SIM cards, and some basic like GSM stuff to allow them to actually, get started. All right. So that's done with the history of Android. Now let's talk about the Android operating system components. So when you look at an Android phone, you have a couple layers. And then the first layer is the kernel, which is Linux based. And then that was built using, it's a Linux kernel, but it's built using C and C++. And you can view that as like the base level. Like in computers, you might just call that like what do you call that? A kernel tool, like that's what it is. And then so you have the native libraries. And then so what this is that most of the core components and the services of the Android system are built using the native code of C and C++. And those libraries just handle like stuff like the batteries, like the hardware and all that stuff. And then you have the Android runtime, which is the OS that actually hosts the connections between the applications and the kernel and the native libraries as well. So you can view that as that's the area that most developers will pretty much build their apps on, and then this just plays the role of the connection between them. And then you have the Java API framework. And like I mentioned earlier, as you guys can see, Java is a major part of Android, the Android world, from the get-go, from like the start, and also is included in most of the stuff that they build. So this is the highest level, and that includes the API application framework, and allows developers to write Android applications as well. Okay, so if no questions here, I know this is like history stuff, so I don't expect questions, but you guys can stop me anytime. Now,
I have a question.
Sure, please.
I have a question too. Okay, we're going.
Oh, mine is more like, how did you get into Android development? I guess, like, what got you into this?
I love it. So, what got me into Android development? That's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
So,
why iOS?
Yeah. So I started with iOS, and then I was just tired of the $99 a year. And then I say, you know what, I'm not gonna do this because I'm just building apps for fun. I won't be paying $99 every year just to test my stuff, because it adds up, right? Especially if you're a student back then, and then you're just trying to learn about stuff. And then somebody who is in this meeting, came to me and then talked to me about Android and was like, hey, like I have a cool idea. Why don't we like build an app on it? And then it was a music app, So while building the app in iOS, I was like, you know what? I'm tired of iOS already. I'm not going to be spending money, and they don't have a lot of market share because back then, only rich people can afford iPhones, right? So, but Android was already out there. So I decided to just, get into the Android world and slowly like build it. I'm sorry. And then, I paid the 99 back then. I haven't paid a dime since. And then, it's still going. The account is there. I still release applications. And then I love it. So that's how we started. And then while I was building it, I realized that, excuse me, that just the mobile world is going to be big. Like, back then it wasn't that big, but, just having a vision and projection, you can tell that this is going somewhere. This is better than even web apps, right? Because, that's where it started with back-end development as well. But once you start building mobile applications, and then you start reaching, customers, and then you start reaching, people who give you feedback and all that, you start to see that, okay, you know what, this is the way to go. It gives you a lot of power and a lot of, resources. Yep. I hope I answered the question.
Oh yeah, thank you. So it's a lot of it is like convenience and also trying to target, a bigger share of the market. So,
Exactly. Yep.
thank you.
Okay. I have a quick question.
Sure.
So, can you go back where you were talking about the different layers in the Android system? So you mentioned Java, right? So I would like to know if is Java present in every Android system, or if we're talking about Kotlin development. At that moment, you will swap the Java for the Kotlin.
Okay.
See where you were the Java API framework.
All right, great question, actually. So you can look at Java. Java is, so let me put it this way. Java is used in many ways in Android. It's used to play the role of the connection between the applications that the users build and then the native libraries, right? So you have a Java, virtual machine and Java stuff that are there, and then they just play the API connections. On top of that, you also have the Java language itself that can be used to build the Android applications. So when you switch from, let's say you're building an app and then you're using Kotlin instead of Java, technically what you're doing, it's just the language that the language preference. But the framework itself and the virtual machine is still Java. You get what I'm saying? And then we're going to get that actually into more details later on in this.
Okay. I think I get it now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All
Yeah,
right.
maybe can I jump in real quick to bring additional details? So Brunel, basically Java runs into a virtual machine. That's how it executes, and Kotlin also runs into a virtual machine. Um, so for web apps and things like that, it's usually the Java virtual machine. So since they have that in common, the language itself becomes like an implementation detail.
Yeah.
But when it's compiled, it's all it all generates classes that execute into that VM, right? And then for Android specifically, they had a similar virtual machine at first. I think it was called Dalvik, the Dalvik VM. And then, I mean, in later years, they swapped it for the Android runtime, like the Art VM. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
We will
Uh,
get to all that actually.
okay. I think I get it a little bit better now. Thanks, both of you.
Sure. So all right. Android operating system. So this is just some more, just getting back to the topic. Okay, yeah. So Android operating system. So this is just a link for for giving you more details. And so the Android operating system itself is open source. I don't know if you guys were aware of that, but it's an open source project that was out there, and then people were contributing. So even now, it's still open source. So if you want to like literally use Android to build your own mobile phone, you can literally just, get the repo and then just customize it and do all that stuff for yourself. So, and then this is one of the companies, like the communities that actually got very popular in releasing Android distributions. So they have pretty good ones. And then you can see here, like they have like Android 1.5 all the way to like 7.1, right? So some of the stuff that they release go like close with end to end with like the Android, like the Google versions and all. But as you can see, with Google, everything is open until it's no longer open, right? So some of the closed source stuff includes the Google application. I mean the Google Play Store. So if you're using those open source operating systems, you won't have access to the Google Play. You will have to manually install your apps or like use a web browser to just download it and then install it on your device. Things like the GPS navigation as well, like the Google Map, you won't get it. But again, there's also Open Map that you can actually leverage. So it requires some level of understanding of the development world, right? So because you will do a lot of customization, and then security wise, you might not get the latest and greatest, because these guys have a lot of money and then they can invest in hiring the best cybersecurity or like security people out there, while you have open source projects, that actually get funded by donors and all that. So it's not gonna be the same. But if you want more power, you can always try to test those out. Also, you might lose some warranty on your devices, because some of the devices come with like some restrictions, and then by installing like an open source app, if you take it back to the owner, and you talk about issues, they might just tell you that yeah, you can't get any replacement or anything with that because you already jailbreak the phone. Yeah. All right. So all that done, now let's talk about the role of Java in Android development. So why was Java the preferred language for Android? The reasons are multiple, right? But these are the main reasons that are gathered out here. And then, so one of them is the Java object-oriented um, programming feature. And then, so this allows modular and all that stuff. So, and then with this, if you, once we start talking about activities and all, you will understand the beauty with actually object-oriented programming in the Android world. You also have the platform independence. So because technically Java runs on the virtual machine, it's write once and then run everywhere. And so you can technically anywhere that, like any device that can run a Java virtual machine, you can run your code. There is a caveat though, because when you build Android applications, it's technically not as close as a desktop app, right? So you might still be able to run it on certain devices like tablets and all, but when it comes to the desktop world, you're not going to get it working. And that's why you need like stuff like emulators and all. So Java, was robust and is still robust, up to now. It's one of the top languages out there. And then you have, I'm sorry again, let me just turn this off.
There are no timers set.
Sorry about that. So, and then it
Was
comes,
that Siri?
that was Siri. Yeah, that was Siri talking to us. Yep. So you have the extensive library and tools. So Java has been around for a while. A lot of people embrace Java. They technically have a large community. They have a large set of libraries, and so you will not actually run into issues where you're like, okay, you know what, I need to build this from scratch, because most likely somebody else already built something similar, and then you can just use it and then customize. So performance, Java performance is pretty good, so because of the way the compiler is, and then the garbage collection, which we will talk about later on. So it allows like smooth performance, right? And then you also have things like the developer base. Technically, you have experienced developers and a wide range of people that you can reach out for assistance. So this right here, I would say, is what Google is more interested about. So Sun micro services, microsystem support is technically like Oracle, and so there are the ones who are like the creators of Java, and they gave the free, like the open agreement to Google to use Java in Android. So that was one of the most significant factor in using Java. Because if this didn't work, then we wouldn't be talking about Java in the Android world. All right. Any questions? All right. Take that as a no. So prerequisites for Android development. So what do you need to actually, get into Android world and all that? So the first thing you need to understand, or get familiar with, which is sad, but it's what it is for every programmer. Up until now with AI, you can pretty much build stuff without knowing the language, until something breaks and then you start to cry, right? So but you need to have some understanding of the Java language and Kotlin, depending on which one you want to build your apps on. So don't worry too much about Google prefers Kotlin, but trust me, there is still a lot of people building apps in Java, a lot, and then they don't complain about it, because with some versions of Kotlin in Java, you might actually have like drawbacks using Kotlin versus Java. So based on, and you can also use both actually, in one project. So learning both is actually good, and then I recommend starting with Java, because not only will you be building for just mobile, but you're also building for multiple devices, right? So you also need to have an understanding of the object-oriented programming principle, which is like focus on, like, it's based on like objects and blueprints That's the the best way and short way to put it. And we will talk about this later. So you have to understand. You have to have some understanding of XML, which is like it's literally like a markup language, and then it's simple enough. It's honestly, it doesn't. I don't have good memory, but it didn't take me long to grasp this, and then I barely actually go to the documentation when I'm building apps. It's that simple. So you also need to have an understanding of MVC, which is the model view controller. And technically, this is, it's not a language itself, but it's a protocol. It's a principle that you need to understand to get started. And you guys can let me know if you can see this picture, and then I'll, just give a brief description of what's going on.
Yeah, we can see the picture.
All right, good. So the way MVC works, it's like you can see it as so you have a model, you have a view, and you have a controller. So the view is the interactive area that the user have access to. So for example, my computer screen, like those clicks and all that, I'm doing all this on the view level, right? So when you do an action, what happens is that the controller is the one that gets triggered. So you send a request to the controller. So in this case, I double click on view, right? So that means I'm gonna send a request to the controller and tell the controller that, look, I am doing an action, and then the action is gonna be called double click, for example. And then the controller is gonna reach out to the model and then get the data. And in this case, for example, let's imagine that this is this view right here. This is like an object, and then the data inside the object is like model view controller. It's literally like the text, right? So the controller will talk to the model, and then the model, and then the model will return the text, and then the action that needs to be triggered. If there is database involved, then you will get the data from the database. And then here in this case, I have double clicked on view, and then I can also copy. This is also an action that I triggered, and then I copied it, and then the controller is going to return to the view, and then the view is going to display what I'm doing. So in this case, double click and then select. So that's pretty much what model view controller is. It allows you to break things into blocks that are actually easily understandable and then don't confuse you. And it also helps in data abstractions and making sure that things are simple enough, and then avoids issues where you have multiple developers building stuff at the same time and then breaking each other's stuff, right? So all right, so moving on, the development environment. Any questions there? Sorry. All right.
So the MVC is a
Mhm.
pattern that you use in a lot of like web development, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Would you say it's like how do I say that? A very important concept to understand. Should one wants to get in more into web development, or are there any other patterns out there maybe that
Yes, there is quite a few. For example, also in Angular, there is like I believe it's called file-based um, principle, and then there is also principles that people use here and there, right? For example, model view controller breaks things into model is like the thing that hosts the data. The view is your view. The controller is the actions, right? You also have file based, which is literally like you go folder by folder. And then if you in the Angular world, what happens is that everything is called a component. And then inside the component, that's when you break it into like different sets. But still, there is still like a little bit of model view controller in there. And then what happens is that you have like the folder, let's say this page. If I was to call this a component, this is going to be called like the README page, and that will be a component. And then you will have the HTML, inside it, you will also have like the Angular, it's like TypeScript. You will have the TypeScript file where you will write all your controllers in there, and then you will also have the module, and the module is where you have the libraries and all that. So there is quite a few out there that I would recommend actually just understanding them, playing with them, and then that way you can leverage it in your projects. It's always good to know.
Yeah. And I suppose the beauty of like having a architecture pattern like this is that it can make it where, would you say that it can make it where people, engineers can develop separate components? So maybe someone can be focusing on the controller, someone can focus on the model, it will have like a database person, and then I guess putting things together at the end, right? So it's kind of like a separation of, it allows a little bit of separation of skills and duty, then you can develop individual components separately, basically.
Yeah, and that helps a lot, because if you work with Git, you definitely know what it means to have like conflicts, right?
Right.
This helps a lot, because if you actually build your team properly, you can avoid having a lot of Git conflicts if you have this kind of principle in mind. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, sure. So development environment. So this right here is a nice YouTube video. I would recommend, just watching it if you're trying to install the Android Studio and the SDK. But this is all you need. To be honest, back then you needed to install the SDK separately. But unless you actually use like Visual Code and all that, you don't need to. And then Android is not even supporting Visual Code anymore. So I would recommend just download the Android Studio and then just work with that. It doesn't weigh a lot and it's not gonna harm. It's just a simple install.
Yeah, have you tried the very old one, Android Studio, that was based on Eclipse?
Yes, I tried it. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun at all. And even just to install the SDK, you have to go on the Java website, download it, and you need to know which SDK, like which JDK you need. And then you also need it once you download it. You also need to go into like, let's say the Gradle, right? And then change stuff to say, okay, this is what I'm pointing to. And then you're building an app that is based on, let's say JDK 1.4, and then you have JDK like 1.2, and then some of your features are like showing as like the distorted or whatever, or you can't even leverage them, and then you have to literally start digging and then figuring out, and then you find out that, oh, I'm just using the wrong JDK version, so, and the SDK, so it's not fun. Just go with Android Studio, I would say. They're it's pretty solid, honestly, and then I love it. So, yep. And then it's a quick install. You just download it, and then you just go through the prompts, you install it. If it's your first time installing it, it will ask you if you want to install the SDK. And then, so do you guys understand what SDK is? So SDK is like the software development kit, and what it is, it comes with all the libraries that you need to build your apps, right? So without this, you can't build your apps because it's the libraries, like the collection of libraries. And then, whenever Google releases new versions of Android, they also release new versions of the SDK. So if you have like, let's say, Android Nuggets, then you'll have an SDK for it. And then, fast forward. If you already install Android without installing the SDK, you can also install it this way by just going to Android Studio, clicking on Tools and SDK. And then you can just manage and install any version of your choice. And then let me just show you guys what that means. So Tools, SDK Manager, and then this is exactly what I'm talking about. and you can just install whichever one you want. All right, any questions there? All righty, so moving on. So we briefly mentioned emulators, right? So what is an emulator? So it's technically like a virtual device, phone or tablet or whatever that you can leverage to test your applications on your computer without having to rely on like a physical device. It's pretty good, you know, and the way to access it. So if you guys notice up here, so this is an emulator that I have. And then the way to access your emulators, you know, same, and you can just access it here. It's actually easier to just go to device manager. And then as you guys can see, I have an emulator for a TV because I have an app that I'm running on the TV. So these are just naming convention names that are provided for understanding the devices because I'm building apps for each one of them. And those, don't worry about the name, they just stand for something that I provided. And you can just create a new device like this. You click on device virtual, and then here you can select what you want to build: tablet, web, smart watch, desktop, TV, and so on, right? And then so let's say I'm building a phone. This part right here is important when you targeting certain audience, because you need to also think about screen resolution and how your app will look like. Uh, Again, we're going to talk about how you should build your apps and make them fluid, right? Like the UI. But these help you test on, you know, different screen sizes. And then once you move on to next, then you have the Android version. And then here, you can simply download here and install it and then do it. So as you guys can see, these are all the new releases that I have, um, that is offered, but this is the one that I'm using. You know, you don't need to have the latest and greatest. You know, most of the updates, unless there is a major update and your app actually needs to use that, you can test it on like in these. All right. So any questions there? All right, golden. So using physical device. So when you're using your Android phone for testing the apps, there's just a few extra steps that you need to do. You need to enable the developer mode or options, and then you need to also enable the debugging. And to enable the developer options, you just go to the Android settings, and then you click the about. Sometimes it's about phone, sometimes it's just about. And then you want to look for build version, and then you want to click on it multiple times. So about 7 times. Once you reach it's like a hidden feature, right? Once you reach it, then you will get a pop-up that tells you that your developer options is enabled. And then you will go there and then you will enable USB debug. After that, you will connect your phone to your computer, and then you will see it here in the list. So it will be like, you can also actually pair the phone using Wi-Fi if you're on the same, Wi-Fi domain. So you just need to make sure your phone is connected to the same Wi-Fi as your computer, and then you can just install it that way. All right. So getting started. So now this is the part where we start to talk about Android and the projects. So the way it works, Android is built on a project structure base, right? And then so you have stuff like the app module, um, which contains like the Android manifest and all. So to see this, right now I'm viewing as Android, and which, this is like the easier layout that you can build your stuff. But if you go here and then you go to, I believe it's project, yeah. So then you have it displayed differently. And then here, so you have the up module, and then this is the one that contains your, so going back to here, contains your manifest. And then what the manifest is, it's like where you set up all like your features. So let's say whatever you want to use at the app level for your whole app, that's where you're going to set it. Like, let's say you want to use your application can only be played or used in portrait mode. That's where you will set it. Like your application name, you can also set it there, and so on. So the build Gradle file, that's where you have all your like your inputs. You can import your libraries there. And then, so I can just show you guys quickly what. So this is implementation Gradle properties. 1 second. There we go. Build Gradle. Yep. So you have your inputs, and then the inputs are just like implementation. And you can also do so by just going to build and then just going to edit libraries and then just adding whatever you want to add. I prefer doing it this way because sometimes there's like newer versions of, let's say, I'm trying to do JSON. And then I'm gonna search for it. I think it's so Tom Google Code JSON. Okay. And then as you guys can see, there's two versions, right? And then you have the two releases, and then you have one version for this one, and they're both the same version. So sometimes you might need like something that is not what you actually think it is. So by searching it here, you might see all of them, and you might be like, okay, all right, let me do some research and find out which one has all the stuff that are the features that I need. All right. So library module, this is this one right here. So where you have all your external libraries. And then you have the project file. So now let's go back to the Android. And so this is your project file right here. So all this is your project file. And then that includes the manifest folder, the Java, where you have your classes, and then the resources. And then we will get into those. So now directories. So you have the manifest, and then what it looks like, it's just this. And then as you can see, I have like the full screen mode, the theme for the app, the target API, and then you also have stuff like permissions, and then we will get to that as well. And then you have like your activities, which we will discuss. And then you have now your classes. So like I mentioned, the MVC, right? I like to structure everything as MVC. And, as you guys can see, I have controllers, I have models, and then I have like my views, which are here. And then, that's how I structure it. Interfaces, we'll briefly discuss those as well. And all right, so that's pretty much it for project structure and all. Some of the stuff that I'm presenting, I will get back to it. So if you have questions about it, feel free to ask. If I will get back to it, I will let you know. So any questions? All right, I'll take that as a no. So understanding the Android components. So let's start with activities. What is an activity? An activity is simply a screen. It's literally like a single screen. And you can look at it as whatever is visible to you, that's your activity. And then when you switch, let's say you on your phone, and then you open the settings where you have a page, that's your activity. When you select about and then the page switches to about, that's an activity. So you move from the settings activity to the about activity. So that's how it is structured. And that comes into the object-oriented principle, right? Because now it abstracts everything into like single objects that you can reference when you need them. And then so they have life cycles, and fragments of is coming next. A fragment is it's like a tab. So
I think Brunel has a question.
oh sure, Brenda, go ahead please.
Yeah. Sorry to bring you back a little bit.
Oh,
When you were talking about the structure, I saw I don't know if you say Gradle or Gradle.
great.
I saw it twice. Are they the same? Can you go up a little bit?
Okay, yep. So
Yeah,
so
you see right here. No, you see right here, project file. You have the build Gradle. If you go up, you see app module. You have a build Gradle. What's the difference between them?
So the difference between them, this is for the, look at this as the, for your whole app, this is where you have all your your stuff there. So technically like the app name and all that, right? So this is like a layer above, just like the manifest. And then this one right here, the build Gradle, this is where you have your build. And then this one is where you import your plugins that you're going to use. Does that make sense?
Okay, so explain it again. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused. So one is about the app, and one is about what?
This is for the whole project.
Okay.
This is your plugins. So like your libraries, you will have them in there. You will import them in there.
Okay. I think I get it now. Okay.
Yeah. So Brunel, I think it's using, okay. So Gradle as a build tool, you can have multiple modules. So and then the top level build that Gradle file manages all of the sub modules in a way. So whatever is set up at the top level, affects the behavior of the modules like underneath it. It's kind of like if you do Node.js, for example, you can have a project with multiple modules, and then you have a top level package.json. It's kind of like that.
Okay, I see. So it's more like a level stuff. One is like more like the top level, and the other one is more specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in typical Gradle projects, you can have many teams, working on different modules, but all as part of a single big project.
So for example, if you're looking at this right here, right? So you have at this level, you have like the Android level, which is the whole app, right? And then you have like stuff like the namespace, you have the compiler SDK, and then you have like the minimum, the targets, and all that, right? So this is the top level. And then here is where you will import, like if you need to add some plugins, that's where they will be. So your plugins will be here. And then it's also referenced here, so you can do that. But like Ben just mentioned, it's literally like top level and lower level. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not to get sidetracked, just one more question. Can I have several apps into one project?
Can you have several apps into one?
Can I create several apps in one project?
I need some more details, please. So
If
what
I create
do you have several apps?
Yeah, for instance, I have a project, I don't know, I call it something like let's say like watch, right, a clock, and then one is for phone, one is for watches. Can I put both of them in the same? Do I have to have two different projects, or can I have one project and then I have two apps? Maybe they target two different devices and something like that.
So an app, and then let me step back a little bit and just define what an app is, right? An app is a single thing that allows you to do whatever you want to do. So let's say you're building an app for music, and you also want to build an app for, for video, right? For not video, for phone calls. Why is it that you can't mix both? Because you're going to build like a giant app, right? It's still one app in this case, right? So you can structure it. It will still be the same project. We will have like two different uh applications to what you want to do, right? One is playing music, one is making phone calls, but everything will be part of the same project. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I see. I see some similarities with the web development. Okay, that works well.
All right, cool.
So thanks.
Yep, no problem. Any other questions? All right, so we just discussed activities. Now fragments are tabs.
Hafiz, I have a quick question, or maybe it's a small request. Maybe to like in your ID, see how you have the Android view. Maybe you can swap it to see the files and folders. You see on the top left? Yeah, if you go to maybe project. Yeah, this is the actual structure of the directory structure of the project. The Android view like renders it differently to be more focused. So you can clearly see where the build at Gradle is. And if I'm not mistaken, the other one might be inside app.
So and then you have.
Yeah, so it's right there in the app folder.
Yeah.
So this is the actual structure. So
okay. Okay, I see now.
Build Gradle at the app and then build Gradle at your project.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good suggestion.
Yeah. So, all right. Fragments are tabs. Just look at it. That's the best way to look at it. They're like tabs, but they're like smaller. So if you in the web app or like the, web development, you can call them as like chunks. Like they're literally like small components that exist that you can, use and then discard them. You can also store them and then reuse them. So the beauty with fragments is their reusability, because you can, let's say you have one app that does more than one thing, right? And then you want to display them as tabs, and then it's just list views, and then they display different kind of stuff. So you can technically just build those as fragments. And then I think I have a quick example for you guys. 1 second, please. So here we go. All right, can you guys see?
Yes.
Okay, so actually I don't need to show the code. Let me just, I believe I have it here. There we go. All right, never mind. Technically, I don't have the credentials on me right now, so I'm not gonna log on. But they're just tabs. Just look at it as tabs. Like you have this tab and this tab. So these are fragments in Android, and then you can reuse them. So the beauty is like I said, the reusability, and then you can also customize them. And this is how you will create a fragment in Android. And then you need a transaction first, and then the transaction, you can look at it as the manager of like your fragments. And then that's the one that stores it, decides, because the way fragments work, they're actually in a stackable area. So you can look at it as there is a list somewhere where all your fragments will, live there. And then when you switch fragments, what happens is that the fragment transaction, the fragment manager will simply swap their position. And then if you destroy them, it will remove it from the list. If you also there's also other ways to actually just decide that, okay, you want to discard just some data from the fragment and then refresh it when, you go back to it. So you can store the state, you can decide that, okay, I don't want to store everything. So here, as you can see, we're replacing the fragment, right? So let's imagine that this is a tab, and then we're replacing the view with this view right here. So what happened, what just happened here, what I just did, I did a fragment transaction. And then I replaced the view with another fragment. And then that's pretty much what I just did. And then, so transaction add to backslash, if I set it to null, that means I'm going to discard this. So every time I swap from one tab to another, I'm going to destroy. And when you destroy and you reload, then you have to, and you go back, you have to reload all the data. So in this case, if I switch here and then I switch back and then I'm back at where I am, I would say that there was no null. It was added to the backslash. That's why I was able to get it again. Otherwise, it will literally refresh and then take me to the beginning. So that's pretty much what it is. And then you have to commit the transaction to complete. All right. Any questions? Because fragment could be like a little bit tricky. All right, good. I guess that was pretty good. So services. Services are used for running background and long processes. You can look at them as like threads that you actually use outside of the view. So let's say you load an app, and then while the user is viewing stuff, you want to like download certain stuff on the background. That's what you would use. You will use a service, and then they just run on the background. They have their own thread. You can destroy them. Excuse me, and then you can bring them to the foreground as well. So once the process is done, you can now perform like at the foreground level. And then that way, whatever started in the back, let's say you were downloading stuff from the server that, weigh a lot. And then as soon as the download is done, you want to alert the user that, okay, your download is complete. So that will move from the background to the foreground. A good example of that is like when you doing music apps, and then you're playing the music, and then you have like the load process and all that. So this is what's going on. So you can be playing the music, and then like while the music is playing, or like you can actually be using stuff to navigate from one area to another while your music is playing in the background, right? So that would be also something that you can leverage services for. So this is how you can define your service.
Question.
Sure.
So are you saying that, sometime when you have YouTube playing, and then you go away from the app and then it shuts off, like, are you saying that actually is done on purpose?
Yeah, it is done on purpose.
YouTube could technically still be playing.
Oh yeah, that's why when you use the YouTube pay version, they allow you to play it on the background.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what it is. It's literally done on purpose. They shut it down so that they can get more money from you.
Right. So they want you to always be like, actually looking at the screen. They don't want you to use it as like a, something on the background, and you're doing something else, so that they can show you the ads, basically.
Exactly.
Got it.
So all right. So that's it for services. Content providers. Content providers, you can look at it as it's literally like a tool that is sitting at the phone level that allows applications to communicate between among each other. So for example, when you're trying to share data to another app, if you guys notice, you click, let's say you go on a photo, right? And then you want to share the photo on WhatsApp, and then you press and hold the photo, and then like that pop-up comes, and then you just click on the share button, or like you select text message or whatever. The content provider is the one that handles that, and then allows you to literally move from one app to another. So that's what the content provider is. Pretty, simple and straightforward. Now broadcast receivers. So this is pretty interesting. I honestly love it because it's a tool that you can leverage to do a lot of stuff. And technically, on your phone, everything can be seen as a broadcast. So from your battery level to like notifications to all that, every single application, communicates and then, sends some stuff, right? So one way to leverage broadcast receivers is notifications. Let's say you have a user, you build an app where the user can literally like play music, and you want to know that when you want to shut the music down when the user is literally like the battery level is low. So what you want to do, you want to trigger a broadcast receiver, and you want to tell the user's phone, to let you know uh once the battery level is at a certain percentage, and when it's there, then you're going to perform something. And one way to look at it is when you're watching Netflix videos and then like for a minute you don't do anything, and Netflix asks you, are you still here? Are you still there? So that's like a broadcast receiver because it did not receive any action for a certain period of time. So now it alerts the app, and the app now does an action. So that's what it is. When you're building music apps and apps that leverage battery, you definitely want to use broadcast receiver. And for example, I remember I built an app in the past for triangular mapping using Bluetooth, and that was one of the stuff that I had to leverage, because when you're doing the triangular mapping, it's a lot of Bluetooth calls. Although it's low signal, it does use battery, right? And then by doing that, at some point the battery level will go down, and then you keep doing it, and the user phone will keep dying, and then they'll get pissed off for no reason. And fast forward, Android actually decided that you can't use stuff that consume a lot of battery constantly. You have to use different stuff, which we'll talk about, and then you have to just use it when you need it, and then stop it when you don't need it. Otherwise your app will not get approved. Yep. So intents, just like content providers is used to communicate between apps, intents are used to communicate between activities. So let's say you looking at this page and then you want to move on to another page, then you will use an intent to call the other page. And you can also pass data to the intent using share preferences or share data. And then we will discuss that as well. So that's pretty much it for like those major parts. And then now we're gonna go into the UI now. So which is the view part. So layouts. Layouts are technically like containers. They're just containers that you can use to display stuff. And then as you guys can see here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 layouts here. I have the activity main, which is like where my main layout is, the card layout, and all. So simple way is to just display the card layout. And then so as you guys can see, let me just make this bigger. So this is what it looks like. I have a button, I have a stuff, but this whole thing is the layout. And then so in Android you can view the code itself, and this is my layout. And then so now there is different types of layout. You have linear layouts, and linear layouts, you can look at it as it's literally like a layout that is displayed in a stackable way. And they do the constraint. Technically they do the alignments for you, and you can see them as like stackable stuff. And if you use Bootstrap, it's literally like the Bootstrap way of using div and then setting the class to like what is it called again? Like I forgot what it's called. but yeah, using divs and classes in Bootstrap. So linear layouts can be, horizontal and vertical. So when you're doing it horizontal, that means you're going to display the stuff one after the other horizontally, and vertically, you're going to display them one after the other vertically. And this is actually an example of linear layout. So let's imagine that this is the layout. And then if we were looking at it, this will be one object, one element. This will be a second element and a third element. And as you can see, the spacing is like defined already. I don't code this. So that means it's the layout that actually decides that, okay, you know what, I'm going to display them and put some spacing in order. You can also change the spacing. You also have relative layouts. This is more like a freedom-based layout where you can put a button, like a floating button up here. You can put something here. You can put something here. So you are free to actually display your stuff where you want to put them. It's more complex because you have to set the positions yourself, but it gives you more power. So you have constraint layout. Just like linear layout, constraint layout comes with already predefined constraints. And then a lot of people actually, in the Angular world, they recommend to use constraint layouts because it helps you set your elements at where they are in an easy way. You have frame layouts. It's literally like a frame. Just look at it as a picture frame where you can now divide it into blocks, and each block is a frame as well. You have grid layout. Grid layout is almost like frame layout, but this is used for displaying. So I'm going to move the meeting real quick. I hope it doesn't like create a, what do you call that? You know what? I don't need to. It's literally like what you will have when you're looking at catalog. Let's just do it. And then sorry, I didn't mean to go to Salvia. All right. All right, you can look at it like this. So as you can see here, you have blocks, like you have them displayed, and then this one right here. So these are, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are what the blocks are. And then this is what it allows you to do, the grid layout. It allows you to display stuff in the grid way. So the layout editor, this is what the Android IDE allows you to leverage so you can edit your layouts. And then so this is a layout, and then once I open it and then I go here, so this is the layout editor right here. And then here I can just change stuff. So for example, I'm using a relative layout here, and then you can also display like half and half. And then if I want, I can just change this to a constraint layout. And then you will see the change. And then so if I go back to relative layout, and then now what I'm gonna do, like I mentioned, the vertical versus horizontal. If I do horizontal here, as you can see, now I don't even see the buttons because everything is displayed horizontally. And then because the list view takes all the space, the buttons are gonna be on the other side. And then there we go. So if I go back vertical, which is what I wanted it as at first, then I have my message and the button. So this is where you'll be doing most of your edits to the view. And then now that takes us to the view part. Any questions about layouts?
So would you would you say that having, how do I say that? When you're a UI person, right?
Mhm.
And then you have the actual person who is responsible for the back end, right? Like I'm talking about web development.
Okay.
But it seems, should I think about Android development where it seems you as the software engineer, you're dealing with everything pretty much. Should I?
Probably like a full stack developer.
Yeah. Right. Like it seems like here can you outsource the front end part of things? Like can that be done by other people, or do you have to be, or I don't. It's
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
So you can build the schema, right?
Mhm.
And then now you guys will work on them separately.
Mhm.
So actually that's a great question that you asked. So let's say we're gonna just talk about view. So we just talked about layouts. Now this is the toolbar. I can skip this for now. This is a text view, right? And then this is where I have my message here. So if I build a schema, I can just go like text view, and then I'll just set like the basic stuff. And then I'll pass this. Let's say my whole UI was just something like this with a text view. You know what? Let me just build a different layout for it. So I build a layout, and then I'm gonna call it this view. And then you can use uppercase. And then add it. And then I come here, as you can see, it's a basic layout, right? So nothing there. And then I just tell you, Aziz, can you add the stuff to this layout here? And then I give you like a drawing of what I need. I need a button and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Now, while you're working on the view, I can now go into the class, and then I'm gonna call this. I'm gonna create a class, and then I'm gonna call it Java class. Oh, because I'm creating at a higher level. Here we go. So Java class, and I'm gonna call this view class, and then now I know that in your view you're gonna be adding stuff like buttons and all that. And then here I can just set a button, and then I'm gonna call it submit button. And then I'm gonna create a text view, and then that's it. And then edit text. And then now I can literally build all this while you're actually setting the views.
Mm.
But I
Okay.
won't be able to run it. I can build it, and then now, because I know already that, okay, the submit button will do this, the text view will do this, and the edit will do this.
Mhm.
Now, which we will discuss, right? So when we go to the on create, I will get to it. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. So when we get to the on create, now the name that you're going to provide for each element here. So let's say you built a text, an edit text, right? And then you match, and then so ID. So everything goes by ID. The name that you're going to provide will be the same name that I will reference.
Mm.
Otherwise, I won't have access to the view.
All right.
Yeah, so they go by ID. So let's say I call this. Sorry, I almost butcher your name. One.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then that way, this is the one that I will reference, and then we will get to that.
Okay.
Yep. So that way you can allow people to work on different things.
Yeah, so in a way, like to make a very basic analogy, someone who did a little bit of web development can almost feel at home in this in developing Android with Java and XML, right? The XML will be the HTML for them. You know, they can recognize attributes like IDs and stuff like that. And then there is the code that uses this those HTML templates, but in this case, those XML templates, right?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Exactly. All right. So now views. Like we briefly discussed, the views are just building blocks, and then there is so many of them out there, you know. But almost everybody use like stuff like the buttons, the text view, images, and all that. So text view is used for displaying data. It's not used for like inputting data. So you can look at it as what we see here, like literally like what we see here. This is a text view. This is just used to display data. And then when we go to edit and we start typing stuff, that's an edit text. And then the way you define the text view, just like, you know, the way you define most of the Android view blocks, you need some basic properties, and then you can also leverage some unique properties based on the block that you're using. So for text view, for example, so these right here, ID is not technically always required because you don't always want to access the data in the class, right? You only provide an ID when you know that you need to use it. If you don't need to use it, for example, a good example will be the app name. The app name, you will never change it. You just set it once and that's it. So let's say here, I'm just displaying the app name. I will not need to do anything. But the reason why I did that is because I'm leveraging the toolbar, which is here, and then I'm using a custom toolbar. So now I need to actually add an ID so I can, you know, modify stuff. And then you have stuff like the width and the height. So these are always required regardless of the block. Let it be layouts, let it be views, you need a width and a height. And then so the width and height, you can have stuff like wrap content. And wrap content, what that means is that it will take the space, as much space as the data that you have in it. So let's say I selected this, as you guys can see, right? This is wrap content. Now, let's say this one right here, you see all that extra space? This is now wrap content. So that means this is literally taking like the whole screen, which is going to be match parent. So match parent is used to make it take the whole screen or the whole parent, which is the higher level. And in this case, the higher level is like the whole screen. And then wrap content is used to wrap the data. And then you also can define them, you know, statically by providing like pixels. Let's say I want to make it 25 density pixels, then it will only take 25 density pixels. And as you guys can see, 25. I would not recommend using these at all because it's now fluid. Android, just like mobile development, there is so many phones out there, different screens. You definitely don't want to use anything with like physical numbers unless you know for sure what you're doing. So going back to wrap content, then you have the text. And here, the text is what allows you to, you know, display the stuff. Right? So right here, in this case, my text, I put the app name. And if I change it to Aziz, I'm sorry, I'm picking you up today.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it.
Now it's Aziz, right? So that's what you use to display the text in the text view. And then you have stuff like layout gravity. So these right here are not technically needed, but it's stuff that you can leverage to make your your block look more closer to what you want. So layout gravity is how you want your text to be displayed inside. So you have two things. You have gravity and then you have layout gravity. Layout gravity, you can look at it as the content, the thing that handles the content in your thing. So if I change this to, so best way to do this, I'm going to change the width to 100. And then as you guys can see, and then I'm going to change this to, so let me do something. So I'm going to change this as well. Okay, that's good. This is match parent. This is match parent. So I'm going to, so the layout gravity here. So as you guys can see, this, sorry, let me just hide this. This text view is inside a layout, this layout, right? And then now I want this text view to be centered on the layout. If I don't want it to be centered and I want it to be at the start, I can just put start and it will move it there. If I want it at the end, I can just put end and it will move it there. So that's the layout gravity. So back to center. Sorry. Back to center, and then you also have gravity. Gravity controls the content. So right now, if you guys looking at this, you see the extra space. So I set my element to be 100 density pixel. And then because the text only takes something, the text is set at the start right now. So by default, it's at the start. So now if I change the gravity to center, the text will move to the center. So layout gravity is for the element inside its parent, and gravity is for the content of the element. Does that make sense? All right, take that as a yes. So let's go back to wrap parent, wrap content. Okay. All right. So buttons. So buttons are simpler, and you know, you have here most of the time you will not define a button unless you're providing an ID, because what's the point, right? A button is used to trigger an action, so that means you're going to use it. So I would say, although it's now needed, it's now required, buttons always need an ID, so you can reference them. And then as every other block, you need a width and then you need a height, and then you also need the text. You can also provide stuff like image, and then we will get to that when we start talking about material. But here, as you guys can see, it's just a simple button, and then I have the text in it, and then I have the width and the height. That's it. And then so we have image views, and the image views just like text views, image views are used to display images. And then, so you can just, so actually, let me talk about this real quick. As you guys can see, there's two ways that I always create my blocks, right? I can create it like this, or I can create it like this. Let me just start over. Image view, and then close, and then I can create it like this. So when you create it like this, that means you're planning to put stuff inside it. If you're not planning to put anything inside it, it's just best to just make it as a single block. So that's just something quick to keep in mind. And then, so let's say image views, you have the image height and all that. If you want to define the image statically, right, you can reference the image here by using the source. And then here, let's say I have, do I have any image? That's fine. I don't have an image, but I can just, let's see what, here we go. So now, as you can see, this is the image view. And then I provided a card view that is dark background. And then if I try to change that color to blue, to black, so now it's black. Again, you know, it's best to do an image, which I can actually do that real quick. Let me just do that so you guys can see. And then the way you can add images to your project, there is a folder called drawables, and drawables is where you have your images, you have your vectors, and then your image assets. So a vector, you can look at it as like a small image that is coded as a text. Image asset is literally like an asset, and then that would include stuff like the icons and all that. And then the advantage of having those is because they already come in a way where regardless of your device screen, they will auto adjust. So here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move a quick image to my project, and then you can just do it that way. You just drag and then you drop, and then I'm just gonna move it. And then now that I moved it, if I wanna display that image, I can just do so drawable, and then that's how you reference. So you put the @ for the folder, and then you put the backslash and then whatever the name. And then as you guys can see, now I have my image on it. And then if I want to adjust it, I can just grab content, and because the image is this big, it will only take the space that the image takes. All right, so pretty straightforward, pretty simple to understand, nothing complicated. And then, yeah, all right, I'll just delete it. And then now we have edit text. Edit text is used to input text. And so this is an edit text. And then as you can see, it comes with a block already, and then you can put some data in, some text in it. And then edit text comes with an extra feature that allows you to display the hint, which is what you want the message to say when the user is looking at it. So let's say enter, I'm gonna change enter to put, and then now that's it. It's not really the text itself, it's just an hint. Once you start typing, it will go away. And then so you have the input text, and then here input type. Here I decided that I'm gonna allow users to input text in it, right? You can also set it so that it's just numbers with decimals, numbers, or passwords and all that. So usually when you go to your, like you open your app and then you're trying to input something and automatically you look at your keyboard and then it's just numbers that you see, that means this is what they did. They changed the type to numbers. If they set it to text, you have everything. If they set it to like password, then everything, you have everything. But when you're typing, it literally like will display the black dots. That's it. So list views. List views are pretty useful. This is a list view, and it's just like the linear layout is for stacking blocks. List view is used for stacking blocks, but the advantage of a list view is because you can dynamically stack the stuff without putting a lot of strain on your memory usage. So that's what it is. And then we will go into the list view part because, you know, it requires a whole explanation, which is down here actually. You also have recycle views, which is a more refined feature of a list view. You can look at list view as, you know, it gives you the blocks, you can add the stuff and then just stack them, and then they will just display and add them as it goes. And the recycle view is the same way, but when you're scrolling with list view, you can set it so that when you're scrolling, the items get added, right? So the items that don't show anymore gets deleted. So, and with that, it can consume a lot of memory. Recycle views, when you're scrolling and nothing has changed, the recycle view will look at it. Okay, you know what? The user is probably going to scroll back down, just like the scrolling up. So I'm going to put this in the stack. I'm going to store this somewhere. And then when they scroll back, I will just add it again instead of destroying it. So that's what it is. And then, so the way list views work, they require adapters. And what an adapter is, it's literally like the thing that controls, it's like the manager of the fragments, right? So it controls how you're going to set up your stuff. And one example here is, so I have this card adapter here. And then let's go into it block by block. So the way it works, it you know, I will get to this, the extents and all that. So this is inheritance. So I'm inheriting from the base adapter, and then I'm creating my custom adapter. And then here I'm defining that the data that I'm going to be using will be the card items. And then, so you have an inflator. What an inflator is, it's what you use to access the view of that card element. So here it's like the I'm inflating from the card activity context. And then, so fast forward, you have the count. So you have the list, right? When you load your list, and then let's say you have 20 items, this is the one that provides the count, which is this, in this case, I set it to the size of all my card items. Then you have the get item, and this is what you use to get every single item on the list. So when you click on it, that's the get item that you call. And then you have the get item ID. Each item is added with IDs. And then these are what you can call. And here I'm using the position as ID. You can customize it to provide custom IDs. And then this is where I start to do the displaying. So you can look at it as I have a holder, and what the holder is where all my elements will be added, stacked into. So, and then I have the message text, and then in this case, find view by ID, what it is, that's how you reference something. And then Aziz, if you remember, I mentioned this briefly, and then I told you that when you're building the UI, you would like set a name, right? So in this case, single item detail is here. So let's say you were building the view, you would call this single item detail. Yeah, and then now this is how I would reference it. So I will find it by ID, and then I will call the ID. And then now I have the message text that I can use to do stuff now. And then same with images. And then, so convert view, that's just a name that I provided. It could be called anything else, but that's the view itself. And then, so I'm setting a tag here. And then, so now that I have the tag set up and everything, I'm going to set the message. And then the message is going to be exactly what my list of messages are at position. So let's say if I had 20 messages, and then message 0 is going to be the one that I'm going to use. And then here I'm going to set the text to be exactly the same as the message 0, and then all that stuff. So we talked about libraries, right? So Glide is one of the libraries that you can use to display images on Android. It's pretty useful. It's pretty good. It's stable. You can use it to display like thousands of images without having to worry about, memory issues and memory leaks. And then, so in this case, I'm using Glide to set up the image from the message. And then once we start going through the demo, I will get back to on that and then just tell you guys what's going on. So this is the view holder. And then I set up my view holder to be none other than just a block that has a text view and an image. And then that's it. So that's the adapter, and then that's the view. Now, this is how you call it. So let's say I go to main activity, and then I have a list view. And then in this case, the list view is, I'm calling it message list. And then I'm going to reference it. I'm going to find the list view here, right? And then once I find it, then I'm going to go to the message adapter, and then I'm going to set it. So this is how you set the adapter for your list view. That way, this guy now will manage all the items that will be shown in the list view. Yep. All right. So we will come back to, this whole thing once we start going through the demo. That way I will go through it slowly so you guys can understand what's going on. I know I just jumped around, but that's it. So that's it for the elements, right? So now we have basic UI design, and then that's starting to go through the stuff which we technically just, did as well by going through like each element here. So, and as you can see, for a linear layout, you have this, and then the orientation in this case, we're setting it as vertical, and then we have a text view, a button, and all that. Any questions before we start material design?
No,
All right,
I don't see any questions. Yeah. Any questions?
All right, thank you. So material design. What is material design? Material design is literally like it's like a set of elements and views that Google created to have high quality display data. So let's say you guys see how I built my list view, and then I was just messing with it with the wrap content, the size and all that. So material design provides you, and it's not just for Android, by the way. Material design is for web, Angular, all kind of stuff, even desktop. You can use material design as long as you can import the library. And then, this is where you will get some more information about it, getting started and all that. I would recommend actually studying or reading about material design and understanding it. For stuff that you can use. Now, in order for you to use material or any libraries that does not come with the SDK, you need to import them. And then that takes us back to the Gradle. So all the imports are done this way. So let's say I want to add material, which I already have, right here. I would implement the library and then material. So you can do it this way too, which is actually providing also the version number and everything. And then you can just use it from the library. So when you import it from the library, that's how it's shown. And then this is how you do it. I'll briefly touch that. So you go to build, edit libraries, and then import, in this case, a library. And then I will do com.google.android.material. So Android is a keyword here because we're using the material design, the Android version of the material design. And then as you guys can see, we have 3 different teams. We have materials and all that. So, and then in this case, I believe version 1.4.0 is going to be one of these for sure, or maybe not. Here we go. So 1.4.0. So this is the one that, for example, in the example that I have, you will just click on this, click on OK, and it will import it. So I'm just going to do it briefly, and then you guys can see how it will get added. So I click on OK, and then I have to click on Apply, and then OK. And automatically, a new library was added to my project. And this is it. So
yeah, a quick question, because I've seen this pattern at work as well, but we do it manually. So these libraries, libs, that, and then the name of the library, they will be specified inside the libs versions, that toml, right?
yeah, so if I go to the library itself, you see, this is how they actually. So you have material, and this is the full import now. And this is actually new. This way of doing it, that's actually new. That's with Android development version. Which version is that? So that's with this version, because before this version, like 2024's 1.1, you literally have to like import it with the whole thing, like with this, which is still doable. It's still possible. It's just that in this case, it's like referenced.
Yeah, I think it's really a feature, or at least a recent feature of Gradle itself.
Yeah,
I know that I mean, in our work, like we want to remove those discussions amongst developers, right? Which specific version to use and all that. So it's out of our hands. Whoever is the systems engineer or the DevOps guy, they specify the toml file, and then that's what everybody uses.
Yeah.
You know, so.
All right.
It's portable across projects also.
Yeah, it is.
Plus, that the name of the file is a convention, which is recognized by Gradle. So
yeah. All right. Thank you. That's pretty good to also good information to share. Thank you. So now once we import the library that we want to use, then we can use it now. So this way here is when you're trying to apply the material design teams. And then so the word teams, you set up teams on your app, it's here. So if you look at, let me actually give an explanation of what your resource folder is, directory. So you have the resource directory, you have drawable, which is where you have all your static stuff, like images, like vectors and all that, right? You have layouts, which we discussed, and inside layouts, you have the blocks. You have bitmaps, which are also like short images, but the way they are, they're literally like text. That's how it is. And then the reference. And then you have values, and values contain stuff like the colors, the strings, and then the teams, yeah. So in this case, so let's say I have the black color, and then this is what the black color X code is. I can just set it here. If I wanted to add another one, I can just add another color, and then so like gray, for example, and then I will reference the X code. And then now in my project, instead of putting the X code everywhere, I can just put colors \gray, and then I will technically be using that color. You have strings. So for example, app name, I decided that my app name is going to be called Mosaic. And then if I want to add something else, I can also add like profile title, and then all that. And then instead of typing the whole thing, and then the beauty with this is, so let's say I have app name, for example, is used in many places, right? So instead of me putting 2.0 now, so let's say I had this in like 3 other places, then I will have to go to each one of them and then just put it. But now, because it's by reference and then it's a resource, I just need to change it in one area. That's it, which is actually a programming design principle that everybody should use. Make sure that most of your stuff that are used in multiple places are, reference and not just created multiply. That's what it is. And object-oriented programming, that's what it does. So here, the teams. So there's 2 types of teams. So you have the morning teams and then the night teams. These are recent. If you guys used phones before, which you all did, you know that we did not have night and day modes. Everything was just, you set it either background, black background or white background or blue, whatever. But when it gets dark, it does not change. But now, sometimes you use your phone and it gets dark and automatically everything switches from white mode to black to dark mode. And you're like, okay, that's interesting, because it doesn't put a lot of strains on your eyes, right? So that's what it is. So in this case, I will technically change the style, which is here, and then I will set it to use material, the material style. And then day night, that's what the day night is, like allow it to switch from day night. And then, here I'm setting no action bar. The reason why I don't want an action bar, if you guys notice, my app itself, I had something called, let me just go here. Toolbar. So the toolbar, I'm using a custom toolbar. So if I wasn't using a custom toolbar, this will be the action bar. But because I don't want to use the action bar, I'm going to remove it in my team. So which I did here. So no action bar. And then now I have just like a whole full phone screen. And then now I'm going to set up my custom toolbar, my custom action bar technically. And then, so once you do that, if you want to use it now at the layout level, for example, for a button, let's say I want to use a material design button. So let me go here. I'm going to use something simple. This is complex. Here we go. So this is one card view. Do I have a button here? Widget and message. Here we go. And I'm just going to use it in here. Simpler. Here we go. So I have an image view and all, and then now this is the text part of it. And then let's say I want to add a button. So, and then let's actually do something interesting here. So this is what I'm doing here. I have an image view, and then I have a text that I'm putting stuff. So now I want to add a button. So I need to think about where I'm going to add the button to make the view still, pleasantly usable, right? So in this case, let's say I want to add it below the whole block. So I will just go here and then I will add a button. So wrap content, and then let's just call it X. Submit. And then as you guys can see, you can agree with me that this is actually not good looking at all. So, I'm not good with UI aesthetics and all that, but I can literally tell that this is not good UI. So now let's try to play around. So now I'm going to try first to use the layout gravity, and then I'm going to try to center it. And then now it's here, it's centered. Okay, it looks kind of okay, but now this is going to be displayed in a list view. Now imagine, so you know what? Let me just do it. Oh, I need to sync my project because I imported the library. It's just going to be a quick I added it to the, it's okay. We're going to remove it from here and add it to, because I don't want to do the whole demo yet. So I'm just going to add it to the message out. And then let's just add it here. And I'm going to add a background to it. So background color, we're going to make it black. We go. All right. So now if I load, as you guys can see, I have the button here, right, that I added. So this looks kind of okay, still not what I like. So I will mess around with it. And then this is technically what you do in Android when you're building views. So I set the gravity to be centered, but it's inside a block. So now I'm going to change the size to 12 and 12. And then if I just run it, now always, this keyboard always, here we go. It's loading. Right, and I broke it. Okay, so it's pausing. Okay. All right, we will get to it when we get to debugging mode. Good. But as you guys can see, I added a button and everything, right? So now let's come back here. And then, so if I want to change the button into material design button, I can just do material. And then now here it is. So now my button is going to become a material design button. And then you also want to see more about buttons, you can just do the command and then you'll see like some stuff about it. And then if you click on it, you will see all the stuff that you have access to. And then pretty much that's how would you use it. For example, you can set up icon size, set the icon to the left of it. So now if I come here and then I put icon, And then I can just set my icon to be the same thing as so drawable, if you guys remember. And then now my button is gonna have an icon. And in this case, because I made the size too small, you're not gonna see it. So I'm gonna change the size to 100 by let's say 50. And then I have an icon, then I have the text. So that's the beauty with material. It allows you to have like better UI blocks that you can use for whatever you do. And then material, you have it for web, again, mobile, and also desktop. So it's a pretty good thing to learn. It's like Bootstrap. Okay. So now we're done with UI, material, and all that. And then this is how you would use the material button. So let's say I still had my button, and then I'm gonna call it, I'm gonna add an ID so I can use it in my class. Smaller. So, and then I'm gonna call this material submit. And then I can just copy this, and I believe this is in my widget object. So this is gonna be in my message adapter. And then so text view, let me add a button here. A material button. There we go. That's the difference. So when you using materials, you don't just use button, because the button will be from the Android libraries, and then we just use material button and then add to cart. Let's just submit. Let me just keep it consistent. Submit button, and then here I'm gonna get it. So order submit button, and then here I'm gonna call it submit material. And as you guys can see, now I can use the button in my project. And that's how you would use it in the Java class. All right, pretty straightforward. Any questions?
Nope, don't see anything in the chat. Are you good?
All right, good. So that means either it's going well or nobody is following. So but
Actually, it's pretty straightforward. The way you break it down is very easy to digest. So
Yes.
Yes.
yes,
Agreed.
yes.
Agreed.
all right. So now working with data. If you guys remember when we were talking about activities, we talked about intent. And the intent is the one that you use to go from one activity to another. And then I mentioned that you can also pass data between activities, from the intent. So this is what you use to do it. You use a shared preference to pass the data. There's many ways you can handle that. To be honest, I use three main ways. I use shared preference, I use files. Technically, you can store the data in a file, and then just when you load the other activity, you can read the data again. And I also use the database. So it's really how you want it, and based on the data that you're actually using. So
quick question. What about the case where you go from one activity to the other? Let's say you're on I forgot what it's called. Is it master view? Master view details. Basically, you have a list. You select an item, and then some of the elements of the items are getting passed to the details. The details view. Like how do you pass data from one to the other? And also, is that data being serialized in between?
Great question. Yeah. So in your example, right, I would use shared preferences. And then, so you mentioned serialized or non-serialized. If it's a text, you definitely don't need to worry about serialized or not. Now, if it's a whole class element, right? So for example, let's say my message object that I have here, if I wanted to pass the whole message object to the other one, then I would have to make the message object serializable. That way I can pass it. And then the way you pass it, so you have to define your share preference mode. So in this case, I'm setting it as mode private. That means it's only any activity in my app only that will be able to see that, right? So nothing else. And then the name, don't worry about it. You can just name it whatever. And here is where I will use the editor. So the editor allows you to now put stuff in the shared preferences. You can look at the shared preferences as like a small database where you can put stuff and then retrieve them. So now when you're putting something, in this case, I'm putting a string, right? But you can put something else. So let's say, let me just copy this. And then main activity. Private void, don't use me. Okay. And then now I'm gonna set this right here. And then as you guys can see, I don't have a shared preferences class yet. That's fine. I can import it. And then I don't have a context either. That's also fine because I have to get context, get application context. And then what a context is, it's literally like, it's like the main reference to your activity. So, or to your application. And then that's where you would use like stuff like modes and all that. So probably spelled this wrong. Here we go, shared preferences. And then now, if I'm using the shared preferences, did not ask you to do that. So then I'll put, so let's say here in this case, I'm deciding that I want to store something in this shared preferences database technically, and then I'm going to store a string, right? I can decide to store other stuff like you can put a boolean, a float, an int, a long, and a string subset and all that, right? So in this case, I can still put a string and then just call it object, whatever, serialized, and then the value will be a serialized object. This, in this case, I converted it to a JSON, but if, let's say my cart items, I had made it serialized, and then which is message, I believe serializable, and then you can now use it that way. Did that answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Yep. Let me move this or make the debugging easier. All right, so we just talked about shared preference, how you put data. Actually, let me put this back. And then let's say I put the data and then I am now trying to retrieve the data, right? So now I can just go down here and then I will retrieve it this way, get string. If it was a Boolean, I will get the Boolean. And then the same name that I provided when I was storing the data, you can look at this as the ID. So the same ID that I provided is the same ID that I need to pass when retrieving the data. And then the second parameter is what do you want to return if the data does not exist, right? Let's say this was an element in the database, and then you're looking for it, and then it doesn't exist. What do you want to return? So in this case, I want to return an empty string if it doesn't exist. So that's how it works. So you can also use intent, right? Intent and shared preferences almost work the same way. You know, the difference is that when you do an intent, so intent, get intent, and then, so no, I don't want to get the string. Intent dot put extra. So you'll put the extra and then you put whatever you want to put in it. The difference is that when you create an intent, remember it's an intention to do something, right? In this case, I want to use it to open next page, next activity. And then, so that means that activity, whatever activity I'm calling, is only going to have access to that data, no other activity. Shared preferences, all your activities can have access to it. If you make the mode public, even other applications can have access to it. So in this case, for example, when you want to switch between apps and then you want to like limit the amount of stuff that you're sending or whatever, you can use shared preferences. So you can also use intent. So in your case, the example that you provided, intent will be one way, shared preferences will be one way. And then, you know, the choice is yours. You can also store the data in a text file, which sometimes I do. So let's say I have data that is not secure. I don't care about, you know, security. And then it's just, you know, a lot of data. Then what I will do, I will just store it. And then let's say I don't need it in the next activity, but I need it like 3 activities down. And then that data doesn't change much. I can just store it in a file. And whenever I need it, I just read from it. I can do that. And then you can also send it to the database and then retrieve it when you need it. So it's up to you. You can even create a local database in Android and then store your stuff. So it's really, you really like have a lot of freedom to what you want to do. All right.
A quick question. So when you're talking about shared preferences and intent, the data persistent, let's suppose in the middle of the process, maybe my phone restarts or the app crashes, something like that. Is the data gone or?
So shared preferences, you can have access to the data again depending on the mode. Intent, you cannot. Intent, the data is not persistent. As soon as your app, in your case, you said the app crashed, right? It's not like you minimize the app, right? So if the app crashed, then everything is gonna go.
Okay.
Intent.
You know, I have a related question because earlier you mentioned the activities, right? They have a life cycle. So that doesn't like when you let's say you lock your phone or you switch to another app, because the app doesn't keep running in the background, right?
Well, we'll get to that. So we have life cycles coming down, and then once we get to that, I will get to your question.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So we have retrieving data using shared preference, and then now we have some basic network understanding, right? So, when you sending data, you know, to your server or whatever, you're most likely going to use either a REST API or you're going to just use basic HTTP calls, right? If it's like open, let's say in the Google Map thing, you're going to use the Google Map API, but let's say you just want to ping something, then you can just use an HTTP call and then just ping it and just send something and then just ping. So same thing when the only difference, not the only difference. So when you're working with networking, you need permissions. So look at permissions as stuff that the user give you access to be able to allow them to do what they want to do. So, and those include stuff like using the user internet. I know, most of us are in the US, right? So internet is technically, you pay monthly and you don't care about it. But you go to places like my country, there's still internet providers out there that don't give unlimited internet. So you buy the internet service. So let's say you buy 10 meg, 1 gig, and then you have one application that is running a background service that is consuming all your internet. You're gonna get pissed. But by providing the permission, you literally telling the user they will get a pop-up, and then the pop-up will tell them, listen, this app is going to be using your internet. So the user knows that, okay, yeah, I want to use it. Nah, I don't want to use it. I don't want to deal with that. So that's what those permissions are for. You have Bluetooth. Bluetooth, the reason why is because Bluetooth consumes data, battery, and also, you can use it to send some stuff, right? So you have photos, that's also a permission because that's considered sensitive data, so those are when you will need permissions for. There's more, but that's just some of the examples. So in this case, to use the internet, we need to get the permission from the user device. And then, so there is multiple libraries that you can use to make the calls, like the API calls. One of them is retrofit, and then another one is OK HTTP3. The reason why I like OK HTTP3 is because it allows me to do synchronous and asynchronous calls, and that's why I like it. So I definitely use it. So in this case, I will import it again, the library, and then we just talked about that in the Gradle or in the build. And then, so to make the network request, if you want to do it synchronously, you can just, create your client. In both cases, you need to create a client. And then in this case, I'm just going to make a request, a simple request. And then here, once I get the data, I'm going to try to parse the data. So if the response is successful, then I'm going to get the string, which is the body. And then I can now do stuff to it. The try catch, this is literally like programming stuff, verbiage. And then what try catch does, it will attempt to do something. And if that thing fails, your app will not crash. You can now catch whatever exception it will throw and then do something. So let's say I'm making an API call and my server is down. I don't want to fail my whole application because of it. So in this case, if it doesn't work, I just want to just not do anything. And a good example is when I was testing the app, if you guys notice, I sent a message and then the first one did not respond anything, right? It was just the app did not do anything. And then the second one, I'm sorry, I cannot do this. And then I believe it's still running device. Here we go. So the first time I sent it, nothing. The second time I sent it, I'm sorry, I could not find any items. So that means the connection happened here. But here, the server was down. I know why, because the server goes on sleep, and then you have to make the first call to wake it up. So that's pretty much it. And then when you want to do it asynchronously, so the difference between both, one, you're doing it, it will be step by step. So let's say you wanted to get this before you do something, then this will execute before you do whatever you want to do. So the other one is you can look at it as a thread, right? Asynchronously. So let's say you want to run this on the background, you want to make some calls to the server, and while the server is doing stuff, you want to do other stuff. So then you will do it this way. And then in this case, so you have a client, you're making a new call and you're adding it to the queue. So let's say you can add multiple calls to the queue. I can make like call to server 1, call to server 2, and whatever, and then I will just wait. So if there is a failure, then I will still handle some stuff. If there is no failure, then I will try to parse my data and do it. So yeah, so that's pretty much making API calls or network calls. You could also do a simple call if you were doing a ping. For example, here you would just put google.com or whatever, and it will ping it for you. And then you will get a response of like, okay, and then that's it. Any questions? All right, good. Thank you. All right, so now moving on to activity life cycles. All right, Ben, can you ask your question again, please?
Yes. So my question earlier was still related to the shared preferences. During the life cycle, like switching between one app and one activity and the other, or one app and the other. So the first part is, does the application keeps running? And also, what happens to the intermediate data? Does it get lost, or does it get persisted long enough to recover when the app comes back into focus?
Okay, yeah. So as long as there is memory, there is ways to keep the data. And there is life cycles, right? Which we're about to start going through. So in your case, you say when the app, let's say I minimize the app and I go to another app and then I come back, will the data be there? Yes, the data will be there, because the thing that will be called when you move from one app to another, it will be on pause. It's not here. And then when you get back, it will be on resume. And usually your data stay there, right? And then it's just the interaction that is put to the background in order. So now it depends on how long you keep it, and it also depends on memory. Because once we start talking about garbage collection and all that, you will see that sometimes instead of literally like crashing the phone or whatever, it will start to empty memories, because if your app is on sleep for a long time, there will be stuff that would not be referenced anymore. Like there will be objects that you most likely don't need anymore. You get what I'm saying? So those will get destroyed. So now with that in mind, so let's start going through the life cycles, and then once we get to the on pause, on resume, and all that, we will, you will go into more details. So on create, every single activity in Android or fragment have life cycles. And what is a life cycle? A life cycle, you can look at it as a state of that element at a given time. In the human life, you would technically look at it as you have first you have a baby, adolescence, and old age, whatever, right? So senior, whatever you call it. So those can be like life cycles. So on create, this is the first life cycle. So whenever an activity is called or is about to come to the foreground, to the front of the screen, the on create is called first. And what that does, it initializes the activity. And all your all the libraries, all the other stuff, gets called, and then the data binding and the UI gets initialized. So you can perform, like, it's literally like the stuff that you want to perform at that level are the one-time stuff. So let's say you're loading your activity, and then you want to, one good example would be you would like to display the app name. So this is initial process. You will not change that, while the activity is running. That's just a one time. So you would define it there. So like creating UIs, initializing variables. So up here, if you guys notice, this is what I have, I'm looking for a simple variable. There we go. So I have a list that are defined, but that list is now referenced anywhere, right? And then now in my onCreate, I indirectly referenced it. So this is something that I like to do. I like to put all my inits, which is initializations, I like to put them inside a separate function called init. That way, when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, this is something that I would initialize at the when the app loads, and then I'll put all of them in there. So here, for example, calling the UIs for the card layout and all that, I'll put them in the init and I'll call them in the onCreate. Why? Because I don't think this element will ever change again. Once I load the view, it will not change again. So why not just why not create it when the activity is getting created? So, and then I do all this. And then, so an example is this. And then, so the set content view is where you're setting your view. So in this case, the main activity view. So that means the activity that we're going to be looking at is going to be the main activity. So on start. So on start gets triggered after the onCreate is called. And then, so this is when the activity starts to become visible to the user. So on create, it's not visible yet. It's literally at the time of load. On start is everything is being loaded, and then now we're showing it, like it's becoming visible to the user. And then what would you put here? You will put anything that is like foreground. So let's say you want to set a color, right? So remember, you can set a color to something that is not created yet, right? So you would want to make sure that it's created. And then because let's say I have my screen first, when it loads, it's dark screen. And then I want to check if the time is between 9 p.m. and whatever, I want to change it to black mode. Then I can just set it here. That way, it's just going to set the color. It's going to change it automatically. That's the on start. And that affects anything that is interactive. So now I remove on pause. But now that I think about it with your question, I think I did a mistake by removing it, because I was like, nobody actually use on pause because I don't use it that much. I don't use it at all. But for the sake of explaining your question, we need to understand on pause. On pause, on start, all these, with the exception of on create, which sets the content view and also requires a bundle, which is the state of your, the state of your app, whatever. Everything else gets called the same way. So you override it, you call the function, and then you call the super plus the name of whatever you're doing. So in this case, on start. So on pause will be override protected void on pause, super dot on pause. And then here on pause is anything that you would do when your app go from foreground to background. The app gets minimized. So you will put anything that you want to. So let's say you want to save the app state. It will be there. By default, it saves it for you, right? Up until. But let's say you want to be able to keep that in the phone for a long time. Let's say 20 years from now. Because if you keep keeping stuff on your phone for 20 years, although phones have bigger memories now, at some point your phone will start to clear those apps, right? But you want to save it somewhere. So when the on pause is called, you want to override it. And then in this case, let's say I want to save some data in a file that I can retrieve later. Then I will put them in there. Or I want to stop some services that are running so that I don't continue using battery, right? So let's say I have a service that makes like a let's say like I have something that plays like a little rabbit that is on the screen that jumps around when the phone is just sitting. And then now the user paused the phone. I don't want that rabbit to keep jumping and consuming battery, right? So I will stop that thread. I will stop it so that it doesn't continue running in the background. When the user now goes back to the app, the onResume is called. So in this case, I will call back the thread that makes the rabbit play, and then I will call it in the run resume. That way now, I'm actually being more efficient within, the app that I'm building for the user. Does that make sense? All right, I take that as a yes. So on destroy is when your app either crash or when you swipe and then you just swipe it, and then to close the app completely, the undestroyed is called. And the benefit of undestroyed, which is why I put it here, is because you can use it to clean up resources. You can use it to, destroy stuff like database connection and all that. So let's say my app talks to my server and then like has a persistent connection with the server and then sends and retrieves data. And then the app crashes in the middle of making a call. And then that call gets to the server and the server responds. If there is no timeout, that thing will be there for a long time. And then my server will not be efficient. So I can decide to just, shut it down. The thread that makes the database connection can just shut it down there. Also, on destroy can also be used to store data. Let's say you want to store some data like not password technically, but you want to store like the API key so that when the user opens the app, they don't have to log back in. So you can, use it in the undestroy, just to store it there or whatever. You can, to be honest, it's best to just store it at the time where you get the API key so that you don't have to worry about it, but that's also a way you can do it. All right, any questions before we get into the introduction to Java?
Yeah, maybe one maybe stupid question. Is there like okay, in the on destroy, right? I'm assuming when you have cleanup resources, it's gonna be your own code. So let's say you're a bad programmer like me, and then your code throws an exception. Does it stop the whole destruction process?
Does it stop this on destroy?
Yes, if my code after the super on destroy like executes and throws an exception, does it stop the whole destroy?
No. So these life cycles are called regardless. So any activity will go through these life cycles. So even if the app crashes, right, it was also called. So that's why it's, you can leverage them to do stuff. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Okay. Also, like, what if we don't call the super that on destroy and then still throw an exception?
So what if you don't call the super dot on destroy?
Yeah.
So if you don't call the super dot on destroy, you're no longer actually overriding the properties, the on destroy method, right? Because the reason why you're overriding is because you're calling the super on destroy. So if this was not here, it's literally like an override to a function that does not, reference this. So what you're saying is, let's say, let me put this here. You know what? Let's do it.
Let's see. Let's break you up.
Yeah. So on destroy, and then so I'm gonna just not constant. Yeah. Int d equal 1 divided by 0. And then and I'm gonna put a comment down here. So system out is no system.out. This is what happens when you switch from a lot of languages. Start to mix them. So on destroy activity, so on destroy activity is called, no, on destroy activity, yeah, is called And then it's called for super destroy. And then after. All right, so let's rerun it. Oh yeah, debug. Let me do something. Just for the sake of it, I'm just gonna use another app because I want to keep this bug so we can debug it together. So let me. Oh, come on. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm just doing something on my other screen. There we go. So let's say this app here, main activity, and I'm gonna write destroy capital O. So this is Kotlin, by the way. This is Kotlin here, which is something for another time. But so let's say system out, and then here I'm gonna call actually a bar t equal 1 divided. Don't need semicolon. Okay. So and then now I'm just gonna put this in the pause. And let's do on Zoom. And let's do on start. Okay. What is this called? Resume is called. Start is called. And on destroy. Right. That way we can just test other states. So, and then let me just open this here, and then I'm gonna run this. You know what? I usually like to do something. There we go. So this is my debugging trick that I use, and then you guys will see why. So now I come here, and then I'm gonna look for, and then I'll run it again. And if I come here, on start is called, on resume is called, on pause is called, right? And then the app crashed. Keep stopping. But you can see on destroyed is called before, but not after.
Yeah,
So-
so it basically stopped it from destroying, right? From completing the discussion.
Yeah, the
destruction, yes.
Yeah, but it's still called, so you can, store data in it. It gets called regardless. It's just that it stops the process of calling the super on destroy.
Yeah.
Which
So-
calls the crash.
So does it mean we can use this technique to stop the user from shutting down the app?
You can, but will Android actually approve that to be on the Play Store? That's the thing. Because once they find out, they definitely will take your app down.
Wow, that's easy. Tell them you have a cool app. It's an APK. They can just install it.
Well, that works, and you just put it somewhere, which is what we're going to do anyway after this. And then we're going to hack into everybody's phone. So, wink, wink. Yeah. So let's say now we were talking about the on pause and on resume, right? So let me remove this guy. And then let's restart the app. Here we go here. And we have everything called. Now I'm going to minimize. Do I need to clear this thing? I think I need to clear. And then now, if I call it again. Oh, I know why. Sorry, because I'm switching from activities. Let me just move this. Because technically, what you guys see, this is the password activity, like the login activity. And then I'm calling the main activity first. So let me go to sign in activity and then just put them there. All right. That's why the main activity on destroy was getting called. All right. So as you guys can see, I have, you know what, let me just clear this. All right. So on start is called, on resume is called. Now I'm going to pause it. On pause is called. And then I'm going to open it again. On start, on resume is called. So now I'm going to destroy it. And on destroy is called. So that's the life cycle for you. And then you can leverage that to do whatever you want to do with it.
A quick question. When I switch from one app to another one, which one is it called? For instance, I'm on WhatsApp and I switch to YouTube, for instance. Is it on pause?
On pause is going to call. You get called. So let's say I'm here. So on start, on resume, and then now I go here on pause. And then if I come back, on start, on resume.
Okay. All right, cool.
Yeah. All right, so let me remove this from this project because I don't need to spend time trying to find out why I have this later on. So save and thank you. You can go away. All right, so now we're done with the life cycle. So now time to talk about Java and Android. So why Java and Android? So the the main reasons is because of what we mentioned earlier up there, right? But also Java is pretty mature and has some, stuff that are useful. And those includes like object-oriented programming principles. And then you have the classes, the methods, and all that. So all these are used in Android. So object-oriented programming. So what is it? Technically, the jargon would be it's a programming paradigm based on the concept of an object. So like a real world object, which contains data and code. So the main principle of OOP is to encapsulate, meaning bind the data, fields, and then methods and all that operates the data into a single unit. So you will have the data binding and the methods in a single unit. Also, you have inheritance, which is used to, pass, uh, to create classes that inherit from others. So create new classes based on existing ones. This allows code reusability, right? So, and then you have polymorphism, which allows the objects to be treated as instances of their parent classes rather than their actual class. So, and enable interfaces to be used for general class actions. We will get to that because I will talk about interfaces and all that. And then you have abstraction, which is used to hide complex implementation details and showing only necessary features. So you can look at it as a car, and then the car for you as a driver, there's so much going on in the car that you don't care about, right? So what you care about is you need to get in the car, turn on the car, and then just drive. So a good example would be, OOP will be doing that. So it will abstract, it will encapsulate, and then let's say you create, now you the industry, the car manufacturing company, and then you build one single model, and then you want to create multiple ones because now you have the blueprint and you created the machine that literally builds it. You can now build it like in a chain, like multiple. So that will be, the inheritance and all that. So that's why it's useful. So now in the world of Android, why is it useful? Activities. If you guys remember, an activity is just one single thing, right? So you looking at the view of the activity, you really don't care about what's happening and behind the scene. You just want to see, certain stuff and all that. And then also the activity has like stuff like views, has functions, has stuff that, data binding, stuff that you are probably not aware of how this is working. It's literally like, magic, but you can use it. So, the use of object-oriented programming will be useful in activities. Now, when you create an activity, if you guys notice, when I talked about the adapter, I extended from the base adapter. So this is inheritance right here. So there is a class called base adapter that comes with the Android libraries. And then what I'm doing, I'm extending from it. So now this thing is going to inherit anything that this base adapter has. And then now I can use them. So stuff like on create, on get, like view, get view, and all that stuff came from base adapter. And then now I'm just overriding them. And as you can see, there is the keyword override, right? Meaning that I'm overriding it from the parent that I inherited from. So that's one thing. And then data binding. So between the card, the messages, and the inflator, which is the view, I'm doing data binding because this is the card view that has the single element, and then that's what it looks like. It's just a UI with image and all that. And then I'm binding it with some data, which is retrieved from the card items. And then now I can leverage that to display them. And then now abstraction. So data abstraction here, like the get item ID, which is the position, the get item, and then the get count. All this is abstracted. So let's say if I go to the main activity and then I call the card view adapter, which is somewhere, set adapter is up here. It is somewhere up here. Yeah, so message adapter, I really don't need to know what's going on in the message adapter. So now another programmer can be doing all that crazy stuff and then tell me that all you need to do is just create the adapter, and then what you need, I need a context, I need the messages where the data is going to come from, and then I need a listener. Well, in this case, I created a listener, right? You don't need to have a listener. And then I will get to listeners shortly once we start talking about, allowing data to be treated as their parent and then inheritance or polymorphism. So, which is now, actually, let me just talk about it now. So, listeners are technically it's like a function outside of an activity or a class that it's like an object. Here we go. An object outside of an activity or a class that has functions that can be called and then used. So let's say I have two activities, and then activity one wants activity two to let it know when something happens. And activity one called activity two, and then activity two is doing stuff. And then once you go back, you have to call a function, right? So in this case, this is an interface that I created. And then what this interface does, it allows me to add items to a card. And then, so the activity that needs to use it is the main activity. So now I'm going to implement. So there is a difference between extension and implementation. You implement listeners and you extend classes. So I'm going to implement activity, the listener. And then when you implement this, what it's going to do is going to force me now to use the function that is used to add the classes, to add to card. And then now I'm going to override it, and then I can just do that. Now I can have multiple activities literally implementing the same interface and then setting the functions to whatever they want to call. So now the activity that is listening for something, let's say activity one is listening for add to card. And then when it adds to the card, it's going to add a number somewhere to the display. And then activity two will also listen, but when it adds to the card, it's going to just, tell the user, oh, you're not supposed to do that. You see, because they're both using the same function, which is the add to card, but they're both doing different things. Now I can literally define it as an interface and then just leverage it that way by implementing it. Now, once you implement it and then you have this, that's where you can now pass it as an interface. So in this case, so I created, this is how you create a constructor. I created the card adapter constructor, and then I wanted to pass a listener. No, not card, the message adapter constructor, which is here, and then I wanted to pass a listener. And in this case, the listener is going to be the main activity. So meaning this, if anything happens here, I want to let the main activity know that something happened. And in this case, the add to card. And then now that I have this, you guys know this. So here is where I call it. So the user clicks on the card item and then adds it to, and then say add to card. Now I am going to let the main activity know that, oh, listen, the user just said that it wants to add something to cart, and then they did it. So now the main activity knows that, okay, there is this action card, and then this is what I need to do. So I know this can be confusing, but if you have questions, just let me know. So now classes and objects. So a class is a blueprint of an object, and an object is a representation of that blueprint. That's it. So, and then, so this is how you would create a class. So you just, in Java, it can be public, it can be protected, it can be private, whatever you want to call it. Public means it's accessible everywhere. Protected means it's the parent that can only, the children that can only get it. And then private means it's just private to whatever, you need it. And then you create it. Now you can define certain fields to it. This is like abstraction. Everything is abstracted to that class level. And then you also have methods. And then a constructor is literally like the definition of that class. And this is what you would use. So in this case, I have a class called car. And then I have a constructor that takes a color and a model. And then, so when I create it, then I'm going to pass this, and then that car will automatically have this setup. And then now I have a function called display info. And then the display info here, I'm just doing a system print. And then when that function is called from the class, then it will display the car model and the color. That's it. So objects. This is now where we're creating the car. So the object, which is a representation of the blueprint. So we call the car class, we define it, and then we set the color and then a model. And then now if we call the display info, then we get an output. All right, pretty straightforward. Unless you have questions, please let me stop me at any time. So methods. So now these are the methods, just like the one we saw up here for displaying the info. That's also a method. So, and then here, what we're doing, we're setting, we're adding. So we have a calculator that does addition and subtraction. And then, so now you can use this calculator class anywhere. And then all you have to do is just pass those two values, and then it will do its magic. So let's say you have something that gets the square root of the power, like to the 7th power of an element, right? So you will create the calculator, and then you will do all this. And then when you pass the data, it will automatically do it for you. And you don't have to worry about like, how do I get this math working? So that's how it works. And then you can use it anywhere, and then you can reuse it multiple times. Like you can provide a value of 1, and then later on 10, 20, without having to rewrite everything over and over. All right, so that's the main relation between Java and the Android. And then we talked about the views, the inheritance, and all that, right? So now the relevance to the Android development. So which is here, activities, the inheritance of activities, right? So an activity represents a single screen when a user interface, with a user interface, sorry. Each activity is implemented as a subclass of the activity class. What that means is what I just said here, right? So you have an activity, and then it's a subclass. So in this case, let's say main activity, and then now I'm extending from the app count activity. And then so this is a subclass of this. Now the XML layout. So this is abstraction here. So we define a UI element with the properties and everything. which is here. So we have an activity element and we have the UI, and then everything is abstracted for the class. So the class, all it needs to do on create, you set the content view to the layout activity, and then boom, everything is going to be displayed. And this class does not need to know what's going on here. It just knows that, you know, this is what I need, and then I need some elements from it. So intent. So used to start activities or communicate between components, right? We talked about intents earlier, and then now here we're talking about it in between, like between the, like with the importance, the relevance between Java and Android. So intents, technically, that's what you use to call activities, right? So when you're abstracting data and then you're hiding stuff and you're using object-oriented, you need to use intents, because, you know, one activity needs to talk to another activity, right? Or to call another activity. So when you're doing that, you want to use intents, because you don't want to literally like call, like rewrite the whole activity. It would be useless to even do it. So that's why you need intents. So a sync task, so that's abstraction. So that helps perform background operations, right? So you can perform background operations while your UI is running, and then this is going to abstract everything from the UI. The user will not even know that there's something running on the background until something happens, you know? So that's what it is. So now you have event listener or event handlings, right? So those are, let's say, a button click. When the user clicks on a button, something gets triggered. So these are the listeners. So these, you can see them as methods of a class or like an object. And then, so let's say event listeners, and then we have the on click listener. Excuse me. And here, let's say a button, we click something, this listener is called. And then based on what the user wants this listener to do, we will do it. And then we have like another example is on long click. So that's when you press and hold, then that's a long click. And then you also have something like on touch. So when you're swiping your phone, like you're moving your finger without releasing your finger from the screen, that's on touch, that you're calling. And then that can be used like to draw stuff, to like, you know, move stuff around, and then to like enlarge or like minimize stuff. So that's what it is. There is so many other ones, but these are just examples that I think are useful for understanding Android development. So interface. So we talked briefly about interfaces, and this is like a definition of it. So an interface is in Java is a reference type similar to a class that can contain only constants. Constant method, signature, default methods, static methods, or nested types. Interfaces cannot contain instance, fields, or constructor. Oh yeah, that's a major difference between a class and an interface. They don't have constructors, so you cannot create them. You have to literally implement them. And then when you implement, you can only use the elements, meaning the like functions in them. So they are used to specify a set of methods that a class must implement. So just like we were talking about earlier. So this is a function. This is the class that implements that interface. And then this is the function that it will use. So now, because this implements this, we are forced to now use this. And then by using this now, we know that, okay, any other class that implements this will need all the functions for it. Now, common use cases in Android. So we have event handling, which is on click listeners. We have callbacks. And then, so when it comes to callbacks, interfaces are used to create callback methods, right? For example, what I just talked about. I was in the adapter that displays all the messages, and then I set up something so that when the user clicks on the message and try to add it to the card, the main activity will get a callback. So that's what this means. It can also be used, in communicating between fragments. And so same as activities, either fragments or activities. All right. So any questions here?
So far, so good.
All right, great. Okay, so we're gonna start building the app, but if you guys don't mind, give me like a second. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick and I'll be right back.
Yep, okay.
Alrighty, sorry about that. Okay, so now building the app. So with can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so what
Yes.
we're gonna do here, we're gonna have a walkthrough on the app key features, and then we're gonna talk about how we leverage the API to use the AI part of it. So now let me just make this bigger. Here we go. And then I'm going to put this here. So the app has 3 main use cases and 3 main parts, right? You have the main activity, which is where we display everything, the messages and everything. You have the card view, which displays the items inside the card, and then you also have the list view adapters, which actually loads the data. So you can view it like, okay, you have one screen, and then on that screen, whenever somebody types a message, it gets added to a list. And then when somebody clicks on the item on the list, they can add it to a card. And then that's it. That's the main part. And then there's advanced features later on that will be added, and I will discuss that at the end of the presentation. So now starting with the main activity. So we talked about how we can create an activity, how we can extend from it, the listeners and all that. So what we're doing here, we're gonna set a list of messages. And a message here is a model. And then this is what a message looks like. So you have a description, a price, a time, a type, an image URL. And then you have the card items, which is also a list of messages. So you have 2 lists, one that is all the messages that the user will type and messages that they will get, and one that is just the messages that are inside the card. So your shopping cart. And then you have the adapters. So the message adapter is the one that is used to display the items in the list. You have a message list view, which is the list view itself of the list. You have a send button. You have a message input, which is an edit text, which is used to type the message. You have a card layout, which is where you display like all your cards. Like, you know, if you click on the card and then you want to view it, that's where it is. You will view it. You have a card count, and here is used to display the items on the card. So you have a card count and a card layout. So it will display the count. Once we start demoing, you will see it. Then you have, you know, card buttons and all that. So you have the client used for the HTTP calls. You have a scroll view for scrolling, you know, or horizontal, no, vertically, sorry. And then you have a speech recognition in this tool. In this app, you can literally press and hold and then just talk, and then it will, you know, convert it into a text. And then you have a number of retries. This one right here is an extra feature because the server goes to sleep. I created it so I can retry calls, but I ended up removing it for the sake of this presentation. All right, so now that we talked about all the variables that are needed in this activity, now we have the onCreate, which we talked about, which is where, you know, a life cycle of the activity. And then what we're going to do at first, we're going to call the UI for the main activity. And then what the UI looks like, this is the UI. So you have a list view, you have a toolbar which displays the name, which we pretty much just use it to override the name. We have a list view that will display all the messages. You have a message edit, which shows where you type the message, and then you have a send button. And then, so here we're going to now properly define the cards. Here we declare them, but we did not define them, right? Because they're null. And now we have the cards, which is a list, an array of lists. And, you know, this is just a list. That's it. It's like a list of items, but an array. This is also a class. So you have the messages, which is also another array. And then now we're going to start. When the app first starts, we're going to set a message. This is the welcome message that we're setting. So hello, how may I help you? And then here I'm setting it as a message too. But as you guys can see, I'm overriding certain stuff. For example, the price, I'm setting it to null, no URL. And then but I'm providing a time. And then the message type, I'm going to call it type response. So, and then, so that way I can leverage the same message object and then just make it look like this and not have like prices and all that, because it wouldn't make sense for hello world, hello, how may I help you, to have all this. So you have the init view. This is just a function that I like to create when I'm building apps, so I can put all my initial stuff in there, the stuff that I want to initialize, because I just don't like my onCreate to be too big. So I just create it on init and then I just put everything there. And then, so now I have my message adapter that I created as well. And then I provided a listener to be this activity. So this activity is going to be listening for anything that happens to the message adapter, like for stuff that will happen to the message adapter when we decide it. And then we have the message list, which sets the adapter now. So this is technically everything happening. Now, on the init, again, I'm defining everything properly. And then now I have a message input. So here I'm disabling the send button if message input is empty. So what that means is if the user does not put anything here or the user erase everything, then I'm going to disable this button. And that's just, you know, better UI. because why have a button and then the user will press it and then now you're checking if there is a message at all? Why not just disable it? And then, so that's what you do, you just, and then on listener, on text change listener, as you guys, remember the listeners. So we're leveraging the on text change listener, and then we're going to check if the text changed, we're going to check for the length. And if the length is or less than 0, then we're going to set the button. Is greater than 0, then we're going to enable the button. If it's less than, we're not going to enable it. So that's it. So send button that set. No, actually, that works. Because here I know this is a bit convoluted, right? But this will return a true or false. And because we're setting enable to take this value, that means enable will be true or false. That's what we're doing. So you don't have to do it twice. One for checking if it's less, or once for checking if it's greater. All right. So now we're adding the text to speech. This is a function that is outside of here. I will get to it shortly. And then we have the send button, and then we're listening for on click. When the user clicks on the send button, then we're gonna do some stuff, right? So then we're gonna get the time, we're gonna create a message, and then we're gonna set the number of messages to 0, and then we're gonna send the API. We're gonna make the call for the API, and then we're gonna set the input message to clear. So we're gonna clear the whatever the user typed. And then the card button on click listener. So whenever there is somebody clicks on the card button and then listens for it, and then does an action, then we're gonna do the stuff, right? That's what we're doing. So we're gonna open the card activity, and then we're gonna display some stuff. So here I'm passing, as you can see, I converted the stuff to a string, which is the card list, the card items. So this is a whole list that I'm passing, but I'm converting it into like a JSON string, and then I'm passing it as an extra. And then, so we have the add message, which is technically, a function that just adds a message and then notifies the data change. So the way adapters work, once they load the items stay what they are. When you want to change something, you need to notify the adapter that you changed something so that the adapter can refresh the list. And then now you will have the fresh data. So now that brings us now to the send to API, which is the AI part of it. So here, initially, this is what I was doing. I was taking the message, and then I was just sending it, So whenever the user click on the send button, I was getting whatever the user typed, and then I'm going to send that as the message that I'm sending to the server. So now the server is the one that has the AI, right? The AI is running on the server. And then the AI will make sense of the message that I sent, and then it will, return something. Now, once I have the return, then I will, so this is still the call. Once I have the return, which is here, if the response is successful, then I'm going to do something here. And as you guys can see, I'm using a try catch because I know for sure that the server doesn't always respond. So, and then now if I have a successful, I'm going to get the message body, and then I'm going to do some stuff. So later on, I found out that, there is stuff that I need extra, right? But I did not want Samba to go back on the server and literally try to rewrite extra stuff to return some crazy stuff, like the URL and all that. So What I did, thanks to AI, this is the beauty with it, right? All I did, instead of going to the back and doing all this crazy stuff, I'm adding a custom message so that whenever the user types anything, I'm going to add a custom message to it. And this is what the custom message says. Give the response in as a JSON array with at most 2 JSON objects. So I don't want more than 2 a response, more than 2 objects. It's going to be 2 objects, at the time. Once we start demoing, you guys will understand this more. And then now I'm also going to set the artwork URL to be empty if an item does not have one. So meaning, let's say in this case, if I ask for pizza, right? And then the server response has an object that does not have a picture for that pizza, then I'm gonna ask the AI to return an empty, to return that as empty. Otherwise, it might try to like send me some jailbreak stuff or like stuff from Google or whatever, right? I don't want that. So I'm literally defining the whatever the context that I'm looking for. And then I want the response template to look like this. You see? So now I have an array list of JSON objects that the server will send me back, thanks to AI. If it wasn't because of AI, just to do this, I will have to talk to the backend developer, have them keep that schema, build the stuff to return this so I can parse it. Otherwise, I will have to customize whatever I'm doing to now make sense of the data. Just because I think I'm adding more. Yeah. So now this is the beauty with using the AI. And pretty much the get current time, I'm just using like the current time of the system. And then I'm going to use that to set the time. And then get response message. So here is where I'm parsing the response that the server will send me back. So the server sent me back a text, a string. And then in this case, the string is this list of objects. And then I'm going to now try to convert it into messages. So I'll create a list of messages, and then I get the response, and then I'm going to start getting the elements. So the response element, and then I'm going to check if it's a JSON array. So this is a challenge when you're using AI, right? Although I asked it to send me the format exactly like this, it will send me the format, but sometimes because it's trial and error, the first object will be fine, and the second object might miss a bracket, or like it will literally cut it like this. And then so now it's no longer a JSON object. So if I did not code for it, then it will break my app. So what I'm doing here, first, I'm using the JSON library to check if the element is actually a JSON array. If it's not a JSON array, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna send like a random message. I'm gonna just set it to whatever it is. I'll try to parse it first, and if it doesn't work, then I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, I could not find items matching your query. If not, if it's a JSON array, then I'm going to convert it, and then I'm going to loop through the elements, and then I'm going to create the messages from that. And now I'm going to add it to the total list of messages. So there is a difference between, I know those names look like, but there is a difference between them. So in Android, so I could have done this, that messages to reference something that is declared globally. or I could just leave it like that and it will know automatically, because this one right here is created locally. So, and because it's not, it's not called here, then I don't have to worry about it. So now if I wanted, I also could do messages that add, and then let's say this, and then it adds it automatically. So here, let's say try if, because this is inside the thing. And then as you guys can see, it's still adding it that way. Still adding it that way. But because in here, I purposely declared that I wanted to use the restart message, I can do it that way. Don't code like me. I wouldn't recommend, doing it that way without using the this. If you have the same name of the same thing, just avoid having the same name. That's it. It makes your life easier. And then you don't have to explain why you have some names that look alike and that don't do the same thing. So here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to call this local messages. And then now I even see that and actually never used it. See? So that means this is a useless local variable that the list that I defined. And then so actually, nope. I see what's going on. Let me put it back, because in the finally, I am returning a message. So let me just do this. Local messages. So this is also part of debugging, technically. As you guys can see, my lack of good naming caused me to now have issues, right? So now, there we go. So now I know for sure that this is the one that is being referenced, but not the one up there. So this is, so when you're programming, avoid using the same variable names in inside functions and declaring them globally. Technically, avoid using global variables. It's the best way to actually go, because global variables can introduce a lot of confusion and a lot of state management issues. So if you can avoid them at all, at any cost, like avoid them. If you cannot, then use them. So coming back down here, so this gets the response and then returns a list of messages. And then here we're converting primitive response to array. So now what's going on when the server returns the list, the server adds it, it returns the list this way. So let me just do this. And then it returns the list this way. And then what this does is behind the scene, because this is the string, because you're returning it and then I'm getting it from the server, right? It actually adds the next lines. So that means you have extra spaces that are part of the thing that now makes it no longer a true string. It's a true string, but it also has spaces, extra spaces, right? So what I'm doing here, I'm removing all the extra spaces. And then this is what I'm doing. Any extra space, I'm replacing it with like just nothing. That way now I have it exactly as I wanted it. And then, so now the add to speech, any questions with the AI part? If not, I will go to the add to speech.
Yeah, I was just curious, are you using OpenAI or is it built to use any models?
It's built to use any model because I'm just making the calls to the server. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I think the way you're using it, you are trying to have some structured output.
Yeah.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. So now add to speech. This right here is just a feature that is in mobile apps, Android, uh, iOS, whatever. It's just a feature that was, introduced back. I don't remember what year, but it allows you to just talk and then it will convert it to a text, right? I'm sure all of you guys are aware of this. So what I'm doing, I'm leveraging the base class of the speech recognition, and then I'm just overriding stuff. And in this case, once the user stop talking and then there is a result, what I'm doing, I'm setting my text input to now text that result. So let's say, hi, my name is Abdul. Then what's gonna happen here is this is gonna get called, the on result is gonna get called. And now on my UI, I want to display this. So, and then I will just display it. That saves the user time from typing the whole thing. And then now, so intents. If you guys remember, intents are used to call activities, and then they also used for like stuff like callbacks and all that, right? So in this case, I'm creating an intent. In order for you to use the speech recognition tool, you need to pass the stuff, you need to, declare it with an intent. So like an intent, it's something you intentionally want to do something, right? So, and then here, I'm making an action to recognize speech, and then I'm adding, extra language models, and then extra language, whatever. These are all like stuff that are needed for it to work. And then I'm gonna call it now. That start listening. And then that way, whenever the user clicks on the speech and start to talk, this is automatically gonna start listening for it. Just like you would do with the main activity, listener that we declare. This is straightforward. This is adding it to the card, and then this is the open add to card dialog. So when you click on the add to card, we open a dialog, and then we allow the user to see the card, and then now they can add it. And then once they add it, we're gonna close the dialog, and then that's it. And then this is to show the dialog here. And you want destroy, which we just did. And then let me use this right here. All right, so let's go down here. So this is the walkthrough of the app. This is the main activity part. The card activity, that's simple. So this just has a list. And then when you click on proceed to checkout, it just goes to the checkout. If you click on cancel, it cancels. That's it. Pretty straightforward. Nothing complicated here. You use the intent to get the card items. If you guys remember, when we were in main activity, we are passing the items. I just call intent. Okay, we're passing the items here. So we converted it as to a JSON, and then we're passing it. So now, not here, card activity, we are getting it. So we retrieve the JSON, and then we're doing some stuff with it. In this case, I'm going to system out first, and then I'm going to do all this stuff. And then I'm setting an adapter for it because there's also a list view there. And then, so model, we talked about this briefly, which is a message. And then what's happening is what it contains. We talked about the interface and then the controllers. So you have the add to cart dialog. This one is an extra feature for later on, so I'm not even gonna bother talking about it. We'll talk about it when we start talking about like improvements. So we have the API configuration. This is one thing that I like doing. When I create my stuff in all my API configuration, meaning the endpoints and all that, I like to create a separate class for them, and then I like to make them static. That way I can, get them anywhere without having to like type all this over and over. So, it would just be calling API URL. In this case, it's just one endpoint, which gets the chat. And then there is I don't need to pass like keys and all that. So because this is an open endpoint, so I can just, do it this way. Then I have the adapters, the one for the card adapter and the one for the message adapter. There we go. And then so we have the activity, the main activity, which contains the list, the text input. We have the card layout, which contains the list, and then a cancel button or a proceed button. We have a card layout, single item. The difference between this is the one that contains the list, and this one is one single item. So one single message will look like this. And then you have the dialog, add to card, which is a dialog. It's literally like a page. And then let me make this bigger. And then it will open like a small dialog box. And then you have an image, you have a name, a text, you have a cancel button, and then you have an add to card button. So, and then you have the widget in message, and that's going to show what the incoming messages will look like. And then widget out, that will show what the outgoing messages look like. And then this is the one that I just changed. So let me, here we go. Let me leave it for now. When we start debugging, we're going to get there. So here we go. So that's the walkthrough of the app and the features that are needed, the key features. And then we also talked about using the API for AI search. Any questions before we start testing and debugging? All right, cool, perfect. So for the sake of this presentation, I'm going to create a new device. So for a new emulator. So what I'm going to do, device manager, create new virtual device, and then I'm just gonna, I need a smaller size. There we go. And then I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna keep this. I don't want to download another version. And then here. So here there are some important stuff to keep in mind. One of them is the start orientation. So how do you want your simulator to always open when you first open it? So you can open it as portrait or landscape. I don't see any phone that opens as landscape initially, unless it's like a tablet. So we're gonna leave it to portrait. And then you have the performance. You can set the graphic to be, well, I don't think you can do that anymore. But you used to be able to, maybe with no, you used to be able to change the graphic. Maybe because I'm using the Mac. Let me see. Choose how the graphics should be rendered in the UI. Hardware, use the computer graphic card for faster. Oh yeah, because you need to enable the graphic thing. In Windows it's called like accelerated mode. Before you can start using that, it's like something that connects with it. And then you can go to advanced, and then here you have the camera. You can allow the device to have like a camera emulator, the front camera, the back camera. You can set the network speed to be either full LTE. So let's say you're testing an app that you want to use with like very low internet data provider. that only has Edge, which I don't think anybody still use that, or LTE or whatever. You can test it here. You can define it here. You can also set some latencies. And then now the code boot option is just something that allows you to like reload the whole app, the whole emulator. So quick boot is when you load it, once we build it and then we load it, you will see it will quickly just boot because we're saving the state of the emulator at any time. And then when you click on it, it just loads with that state. Code boot, it will recreate the whole thing again and then just load. So you can set the RAM, the memory heap and all that. You can define them here. You can also set up a virtual SD card, which is like the external card. This is useful when you're storing data outside of your app. And then this also requires some permissions. And then you can set the custom skin and all that you used to be able to, and then you can enable the keyboard input, or you can decide that if your app don't need keyboard, you can just disable that because you don't need to test it. So, and then now I'm going to provide a name for it. You can just name it whatever. So let's call it Ubuntu TechHive device, and then finish. And it takes seconds, and then now I can just run it. And here we go. I have a phone that I can use. And as you guys can see, there's no app installed, nothing. There is like I don't have the Mosaic app installed on it. So now if I want to install it, then I would just click on run. But I need to also select the device that I'm installing it on. So in this case, I selected this guy, and then now it's going to go through the stuff. And then we have a crash. So it did install it, it tried to open it, and then it crashed. And then I have a message. So let me wait for this to complete. Okay, and then if we look here, we're going to see, we should see our app somewhere here. It did not install yet. Let me see. I guess not. It crashed before the install was complete. Okay, so now debugging. So when you're debugging Android applications, the main area that you actually want to pay attention to is this debug tool right here. So you have this debug tool, and we briefly also talked about like some debugging. If you guys remember when we were checking the state, obviously creating some system out. This can also be leveraged to debug. That way you know what's happening. You can also use breakpoints, and then what breakpoints are. So let's go back here. Main activity. Let's say I want to put a breakpoint here. And then that way when I get here, my app will pause until I continue. And then I will debug. So you have to attach the debug. And then I'll start the debug. What's going on? Is it crashing before then? Yep. Okay. So now let's debug using the console. So reading this, we have a failure, okay, what, Android Gradle is trying to parse a resource library. So that's why the app did not even install, because it's at a Gradle level. And then I think I know what's going on, but let's keep reading. And actually, let's make this fun. What do you guys think is the problem?
Some permissions.
Good try. Not the permissions.
What's the error again? Can you show it?
Sure. Let me make it bigger. All right. Here is your error right here, and then let me know if you want me to stop scrolling.
Caused by debug resource.
Yeah, there's something about validations and resources.
Okay, yeah. So we can see that it's resource related, right? And then now, so what's going on? And then we have a file name validation. So now by reading this, we're like, okay, what's going on here? This is too much, yes. But let's keep going. So this is debug, and then we're looking for baseline shopping cart checkout 24 to XML. Right. So we know that this is what we need to focus on. So, and then now we keep going down, and then we have error. Like it looks like an empty string somewhere. Is not valid file base resource name character. Only lowercase allowed. Right. So now this is literally telling me that I have a file name that has space. That's what it is, because it's telling me this is not allowed. I need to use A to Z and numbers. And which file name is it? Which file is it? Baseline shopping cart. Where is it? In the drawable. So now let's go to drawable. And this is the guy right here. And is that it? Shopping cart. Here we go. Yeah. And then so now it might be a git thing. I'm going to refactor. I'm going to rename it and make sure there is no spacing, which there is none. And refactor anyway. Now let's try it again. Same issue, and then it's here. So now I'm gonna go inside here. Looks like it's in the. Let's minimize this for now. So it's actually the reference. So APK, and so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna delete it. So I know it's a 24 density pixel, and that's also good because then we will know. So baseline shopping cart, that's fine. I can just call it whatever. So now we're going to create a R2 card again. So now this is how you create Android vectors, right? And a vector is technically like an image, but it's in a text format. So here, this is what it is. You can select here to find whatever you want to use. You can use all these icons. You can use all these. So let's say I wanted to use a profile icon. That's people. So people or person. And then that's how you set the, like that's the, usually when you see the profile icon, that's what it is. And then you have things like forward, like arrows, things like pencil, and so on. So in my case, I want to use a baseline. I want to use a shopping cart, which is this one. And then now the name doesn't really matter. I am calling it this, but you can call it whatever you want to call it. The color, I'm setting it as black, and then this is the size. So 24 density pixels by 24. So if you guys remember, I said when you're declaring layouts and blocks and whatever, avoid using fixed values. Just use dynamic or whatever, fluid. But when you're building icons, you want to like literally set those values, and then there is like there is a way to actually find out what is good numbers when you're setting those. So let's say not Android, Angular. No, Android. I'm sorry. Android icon sizes. If you click on, you do a small search like this. Sorry, I'm going to make this bigger again. And then you can just see here. And then, for example, I would create a separate image for each one of them. That's not what I'm looking for. Sizes chart. Not allow. And this is it. So that means if you're defining medium icons, it will be 80 by 80, 120 by 120, and all that stuff. And for the, in this case, regular fonts, it's going to be 24 by default. You can also set it to 32 or 64 or whatever, but what's going on here? Let me just see if I can just use something else. There we go. So here, as you can see, we have this, and then we have the launcher icon. So the launcher icon is when you open your phone and then you have those icons there. So it's recommended to go with 48 by 48 and then 72 depending on the device. And then for action bars, dialogues, tab icons and all that, in my case, it's a button icon. So I can call it as an action icon. And then so 24 by 24 is okay for me. If it's too small, then I can go 32 by 32, or I can go even higher. And then that's one way to actually see, because you don't want to set like, let's say you don't want to say 25 by 25, right? So they have those numbers for a reason, because it makes it display better in certain views. So now you just click on next and finish. And do you want to add this to the, here we go. Yep. And then now let's run it. And I have an error still. So now let's go up some more. How to parse Android. So that's the fun part about programming, because debugging is pretty cool. But we're all gonna learn here.
Are you being sarcastic?
Of course.
Because debugging is part of it, but it's not fun.
That's fun. So file to file name validation and lowercase. All right. So now this is one way to do it, right? I'm gonna find all references to this object. So factory name, copy, and then let's find them. This is local file. You know what? Let me just go to start with activities. So this is the hard way to debug, which is go one file at a time. And then, so here we have something called, that's fine. Okay, and it doesn't look like this is a problem. So now we're gonna go to the card layout, and then I'm gonna look for it. No results here, that means we don't have it here. None here either. None here. None here. And it looks like we have one here. So now if we go down, we have one that we declared here. So we created a material button, and then we added the card view to it. If you guys remember when we were going through the stuff, that's when we added this guy. So, and then this is a problem. So now the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna try to change the icon, and then let's try to rerun it. And then you're still having the XML error. So meaning that this is not the issue, but we still don't need this guy. So let's remove this guy right here. Right, still talking about spacing. Where is the spacing? Do I have a spacing in the file, the directory? Nope. Already. So let's save this. I'm gonna close all this. And then we search in all this. So now we're gonna search in the classes. So, and then I'm just doing this for the sake of, you know, debugging, right? Because so I don't have any reference here, but I need to reference card. So let's say it's not here. The only place where I believe that we might be using the card icon is in main activity and in the card adapter, I believe. So because if we go back to here, that's where we had it. So layout, and then we have the baseline shopping cart and all. So, and then this is the button ID. So let's come here and then figure out what's going on. So we have a button reference that we're doing. So now instead of add to card, I'm going to change this to card layout proceed. Now what? Nope. What else is here as a button? So button. There we go. So let's say send button. I'm just gonna do this and then I'm gonna run it. So we're still having the same error. So that means we know for sure that the error is outside of the code. It has to do with reference. Now, I'm gonna think about stuff that I was doing, right? I was in the Gradle and then I was importing some stuff. And then I was clearing stuff in the Gradle and all that. So let's go back to Gradle, and then like material is something that I imported, and then I removed it, So let's sync again. And then let's run. And we still have the same error. So this is not what's going on. And then, so next thing that I'm going to do, troubleshooting 101, I'm going to just close the app and then the whole Android application and then restart. Because it looks like it's telling me that there is empty space somewhere, but I can't find it. So I'm going to restart just to make sure that it's not like a Git issue or something that is just local. And then let's see. So now when you're closing it, it's telling you that you can disconnect your emulator, which I'm going to say terminate. And then, so let me reduce this and then open this guy again. And then when you open Android, by default, you have this, a list of all your apps and whatever, and then you can just select the app that you want to work on. So then you just load it. So now let's run it again. All right, and it loaded. So what is the lesson here? Sometimes troubleshooting 101 is the best way to go. Do not assume anything until you do troubleshooting 101, which is turn off, restart, and then take it there. It's something that I use sometimes, but to be honest, I use it when I run out of options to think of. But it's actually the easiest thing you can do. Unless you're actually shutting down, like let's say you're at the hospital and somebody is on life support, right? You don't want to do troubleshooting 101, like restart and reboot, right? Because you might kill the person. If it's not that, just try it. It doesn't harm anybody. If it's not going to take you forever to reload it, just do it. So in this case, we solved everything just by rebooting. So yeah. All right. So any questions about debugging? And actually, we're not done with debugging. So breakpoints. Wanted to put that there. So we have a breakpoint which sets the activity, but we did not run the. So this is on create. I'm not going to put it on create. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. And then I'm going to debug. Okay, what's going on? Let me touch again. TMS. Okay, circuit transport connected. Now let's restart. All right, so the debugger is the issue. Okay, somehow the debugger is adding a space to this guy. Because it's adding like space 3. Okay, so now this is telling me that maybe there is more than one shopping cart. So let's see. So let's go to GitHub. Yeah, Mosaic. And then we have app sources, main resources, drawable, and there is nothing. All right, okay, never mind that. Let's just restart it again. And then we're going to skip the debugging. Maybe I can just debug on a different, oh, I see. All right, yeah, we can use a different app for it. So let's use this for the debugging. So what this app does, once you load it, it will first go to the main activity, and then it will open the sign-in page if the user does not have a valid token. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a breakpoint in the main activity here, the sign-in activity. So close all tabs and main activity. So this is the one that opens the main activity, and then I'm calling it up here if there is no token, as you guys can see. So what I'm going to do, I'm still going to print this. That way we can print all this. Now let me just comment this because I don't want to print any password or whatever. But I'm going to print the username. So print username and token, and then I'm gonna add like something like yeah, I just love this because it makes it easier to find where the text was printed. And then now I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to debug. Hopefully this doesn't crash again. If it does, then I need to probably just figure out what's going on later.
Yeah, so I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, so basically, if I understand what you're showing us about debugging,
Mm-hmm.
it's basically to highlight the importance, because the reason why all of this tooling exists, right? And then you're showing us different aspects of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's because one aspect of building mobile applications is that those applications are installed on customers' phones.
Yes.
It's not like a web server where, like, if there's a bug, something can easily be redeployed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's important to get into as much details as possible to figure out what the customer issues are and address them.
Yeah, I actually like this point. Yes, that's actually a major point right there that we need to address, because with web apps or like web, you can literally like, test it, or you can even remote into the user computer and then just view it with the inspect, right? Or network or whatever. With mobile, you can't see this. Even if you remote into the user phone, which is possible now, you cannot see these logs, right? Because these data, like, they're not there. So you want to do as much troubleshooting, as much debugging as you can locally, and then now deploy. And if the user reports like a bug or whatever, you also want to, do it locally. There is ways around it, which is, for example, you can allow collecting like user data, but not every user wants you to be able to collect their stuff, right? For troubleshooting and all. So try your best to build an app that is stable, that does not crash for no reason. Otherwise, people will not use it.
Right, and it's even more critical when those are paid apps, because that it will be like addressing like ahead of time, somewhat ahead of time, paying customers like issues.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, now that we mentioned money, like how do you collect those funds from the customers?
So you can use different pay system, right? Like you can use the Google Pay, you can use the credit cards and all that. But it's literally like an API that you use that you can, leverage. Let's say you want to use Square app and all that, you can do it. Or you can just use the pay, the Play Store pay thing. That's literally part of this part right here. Let me go. It's part of which we're getting there. Deploying the app. There we go. Pricing and distribution. Yeah, but and remember, I think it's 30% or 35% of what you're getting is gonna go to Google because you're using their platform for it. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Google also
Yeah.
takes 35%.
I believe let me see. How much?
I was just curious. I know Apple takes up quite a bit. I didn't know that Google also took that much.
For paid apps? Okay. 15. Okay, not bad.
Okay. Yeah.
2%.
Yeah, I know. And Apple, 30% people were complaining about that for sure.
Yep. And they don't care anyway.
No.
Yeah.
So you mentioned some providers like Square,
Mhm.
and after that there's also Google Pay. But what about like if you have, let's say, African customers who live in African countries, like what do you use? Do you use Google Pay or something else?
I love it. Samda, are you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can we talk about it real
Yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
Okay.
It's fine.
So we actually built a payment system that we use for stuff like Orange and African payment systems, and we integrate it to the app. And the way it works, when you're doing an app purchase, it will literally like trigger the message that you will send to send the money somewhere, and then once the money is collected on the back end, we handle all that payment processing. Like we check the transaction after we collect the money, we generate a code, and then now the app now has that code. And then when the app sends it, now the server in the back knows that, okay, this code, I need to validate it. And then it validates that there was money that was sent for this, literally like a POS transaction, right? And then so now once that's complete, then the user payment completes. So that's something that we built. We actually use it for our own apps, but it's growing and then it's getting somewhere. So that's one way to do it. But you wouldn't use Google Pay with Orange. I don't see any way possible to do that, but you can do it in the way that we're doing it.
One thing I would like to add is because there's not a very simple way to handle online payments in Africa. If you use Orange Money, they take 30%, and they have to review your app. And if they see that your app might compete with any service or services that they're offering, they won't approve it. So yeah. So
Then you wanna comment on that?
That's one of my biggest frustration. Yeah, because I've been in that space, but not for mobile apps specifically, more like for web apps. And I was trying to figure out ways that funds could be collected from customers, and there was there was no way around it. Basically, I don't remember all the details now, but basically it was an application to Orange, and they basically had to see if they like you or not. That was something.
Yeah, that's why.
No, that's it. You can't do business.
Yeah. That's why when you said it at least I was like, I've heard this is a problem.
Yeah, it is a problem. It is a problem, What's funny is that even before then, right? I remember when we first talked to them before they even had an app, we had a music app, and then we talk to them to see if they can allow us to use their payment system in our apps for in-app purchase. And then they say, hey, you know what? Send us whatever you need. So we sent them everything with the scripts. They never responded. And then later on, we have an app for it. You know, I still laugh about it, but in the end, they
Wait,
did.
wait. You said they have an app for music, or
for music for the in-app purchase for the for using their money transfer. Before they even had that, that's when we reached out to them. Before it was like, okay, you have to text this number to just get to transfer funds, right? So we reach out to them to say, okay, you know what, can you just allow us to connect to that side of your thing so we can create like APIs for it.
That's like the USSD, right?
Yeah, that's
Right.
using the USSD. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I know another company, I forgot the name. I think it's Africa's Talking or something like that, but they operate more like in Eastern Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, in those areas, they're actually big. But yeah, no, we had to build our own thing. So if you're interested, please let us know.
Yes, how much fees do you take? I'm interested in building.
No. I think
Go ahead.
we would rather have your help developing the app than charging you.
Let's just make it.
Okay.
yeah. Well, not to break the fun and everything. Just wanted to let you know, Afis, we are running at 4 hours and 20 minutes. By the way.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I texted you. You didn't say it.
Yeah, you were in the zone.
No,
You've
you
been
guys,
talking for 4 hours.
you don't understand. Like, haven't you watched the Book of Eli with Denzel? Yeah, so that's Afis. It's
Yeah.
based on Afis presentation. So.
That's your longest. So we wanted to let you know it's 4:20. It's one here. It's like 1:50. So depending on how much you have left, it's up to you. Whatever, however you want to do it. Just want to let you know how long we've been and
Yeah. So we're almost done.
Okay.
I just need 10 more minutes. That's it.
Okay. Perfect.
So, as you guys can see, debugging using breakpoints. You see how the app is like stuck on this. Let me make this bigger. How the app is like stuck on this. It's because I put a breakpoint before I check for the token. And you guys can see I'm printing stuff, right? And then you can see here that I'm checking for a username, and then I already have the username, and then I have a token here, which I printed, and then I got them from the shared preference. Samda, your question about shared preference, if the app crashes or reloads, do you still get them? Here is the answer here. Yes, you can still get them. But if you declare it private, only the app that created them can get them.
Okay.
Yeah. And then now that, I have a token, the token is not null here, right? And then it's telling me that the token is not null. So why? Now I'm going to move on. So if I move on, why is it opening this? Asking me for the login. So I would say I built this app and then I say if the token is null, then open the sign-in activity. So why is it opening the sign-in activity? Right? And then now I'm like, okay, scratching my head and all that. And I'm like, oh, wait, there is an else. And then what is the else? I have a thread, and then that one verifies the token. So this guy runs, and then his job is to just verify if the token is valid. It will contact the server will verify the token and say, nope, that token is invalid. And then now what I'm going to do, I'm going to print a line and I'm going to open the sign-in activity again. So this is pretty much debugging right here using the breakpoints. So now let's go back to our friend. Let's see. So we have the app. Let me just run it. And then, so now we're testing the app. That's it. And this is what's going on. If you guys remember, I said when you first load the app, and then you try to send something, then it's not going to do anything, right? So I'm going to say just allow, just for the sake of it. And then nothing is done first, but we do have the time. Sorry, we have the time, so the message time and all that. So now I will say, I would like, it finally responded. Okay, good. We like 2 pizza for less than $45. And then send. And then here we go. So we have a pepperoni pizza and we have a veggie pizza. So now if I click on it, you guys remember this is the card. So right here. So if I go here and then I did a click, so message adapter, and then I did a click. So I clicked on the image and then it opens the add to card. It calls the add to card listener, which is from the main activity. And what this does is it opens this one right here. And then now that I have this open, if I click on add, automatically I added something to my card. And then now I'm going to click on this one to add, and then the card updates. So now I have 2 pizzas on my card, and then if I click on my card, it takes me to the card view. And then now I have the 2 pizzas that I added. One I can cancel, and then I can proceed. This is not connected yet, but this is technically what you will have. So this is add to cart and the items. So now let me also add more. And then if I go back, you will see that it's 3 now. So because I'm keeping the state somewhere, right? And then if I add more again, 4. Here we go. So from here, it will be proceed and pay and order. So now one thing that is there, but we cannot test technically because I'm using the emulator, is this text to speech. So allow while using the app. So 1, 2, 3 test, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's not going to work because technically you can't use it with the MacBook, so that's pretty much what it is. But it would actually auto-populate the stuff here, and then it will send it to you. Like you'll be able to it will update the text here. And that's pretty much it for demo. And then now this part is technically just talking best practices and all. So let me just make this. There we go. So what is next for the app? So what's next is to include the payments, the Google Pay, credit card payments, Orange Money. Technically, that's what it's called. A clear card, because as you guys can see, we could add, but I did not include a clear card. And allow users to complete everything just using their voice. So I would like to be able to just click on the voice thing and just say, I would like to order pizzas for whatever. Use my, account from Orange for it, and that's it. And the tool will do everything. Why? Because when you think about like hotels and everything, I would like to add it to like let's say a tablet where a user can just come, or like the user is at the hotel and then they just say, hey Siri, place an order for 2 pizzas for less than $20 for me. And then have it send it to this room. And then Siri will just say, would you like to confirm whatever. And then it will say yes, and then that's it. Boom. So that's where it's going. So that's pretty much it for like additions to the app. Now, garbage collection. So this part right here, let me see how much time I have. Okay, I have 3 minutes.
Yes, 3 minutes.
That's going to be the fastest, fastest presentation ever. Okay, so garbage collection. Garbage collection is literally like a tool on Android in Android that allows to free up memory. So every time your app is running, your app creates objects and variables, right? And those take memory, they take space in the memory. So when an object is no longer in use, the object needs to be removed from the memory so that another object can be used, or like another app can use that memory. So what the garbage collection does, it runs at given times, right? And then we're gonna talk about it shortly. Runs at given times, and it marks any object that is no longer referenced, meaning any object that is no longer in use, it will mark them. And then once it marks them and it completes the marking, then it will remove them. It will delete them, and then it will free up the space so that any apps can use it. So when what are the two garbage collection tools that Android had? At first, they had the Dalvik, right? Which runs on the Dalvik like virtual machine. And then that one was a simpler version. You know, it does the marking and everything. But every time the Dalvik was running, your app will be paused. So you can't do anything while it's running. So they had it, you know, run at the time of the upload or certain moments where, you know, it doesn't stop. It doesn't affect the user that much, but you can't do anything while it's doing that. Then they came up with the Art Android runtime, and then that one was more efficient, and that one was running on threads. Like, it wasn't stopping your app that much. It was still doing the marking and then clearing up space, but it was clearing up space in blocks. Because of that, you can literally be on one activity doing it, and then it will be clearing the stuff for the other activity. So that allows fluidity when you know, using your app. So that's the mark and sweep that we just talked about. So it just looks for all the objects, the ones that are no longer in use, it will mark them. And then that's the generational. So it divides the object into generations. So when the app first loads, anything that is created at that stage is called like young, right? And then as the app is progressing, there should be objects that will get old and no longer being used. So those now will be marked and then they will be removed. So when does the garbage collection get triggered? It get triggered, you know, when there is like events like there's no more memory, or there's memory failure or memory leak, or when the app loads. So what is the impact of the garbage collection? It can, you know, it can pause the app while it's running, and it can lead to performance issues. So you don't want to trigger the garbage collection all the time. You don't want to do that in your app. You want to let, you know, the phone handle it. So now best practices and performance. So to limit having to take much memory in your app, you want to, you know, apply some best practices, right? So for example, you don't want to create objects in a loop. This is so inefficient because imagine you have 1,000 objects that you created that take numbers plus one. Instead of doing that, you want to create a string builder, which is a single object, which is a list, and then you're going to use that to append the items. That way, you know, it's more efficient. You can also, when it comes to bitmaps are like images. When you're creating them, like when you're looking at the Google Maps, this is a bitmap. So you want to use, there is an efficient way to do it. So like this right here, you don't want to just create them all the time. You want to use it this way. So bitmap, and then you need to get it instead of create it. So there's also stuff like the bitmap factory, same thing. There's also stuff like activities. So when you're creating activities, you're declaring activities, avoid using static altogether. I would not recommend using static when you're creating objects. What's the point? So when you create a static thing, you're telling the garbage collection that you want this to remain for a long time, right? You want it to remain static. So you can create it with a weak reference. That way, the garbage collection knows that, okay, you know what? This is created as a static, but the reference is weak. So as long as there is no reference to it, there's no object, or like the reference is not connected to an object, that means I can delete it. Otherwise, you're telling it to persist, to keep it. All right, and that's it for garbage collection. Now, battery usage. So how do you optimize battery usage? So you want to use job scheduler for background tasks. You don't want to just run all your background tasks on your app, right? You want to use the job scheduler is literally like content provider, which is something that Android provides. And then like if you look at your clock, your timer, you set up a timer and all that. That's what job scheduler is used for. You know, it's more efficient. And then if you use it that way, then whenever your background task is no longer being used, the job scheduler knows how to either destroy it or like minimize it or whatever. Network usage. So you want to reduce network usage by batching network requests. So instead of making multiple network requests, you want to batch them. So batch them into like, instead of, let's say you want to get a list of 1,000 users, right? You don't want to just make 1,000 requests. You want to make like a request with a parameter where the limit is set to 1,000 with an offset. Let's say offset like 0. So, and then efficient location services. So you don't want to use anything that keep reading like the user location multiple times. And then optimize UI rendering. You want to reduce unnecessary UI rendering and animation. Just because you want your app to look cool doesn't mean that your app is going to be used, right? Because if it consumes too much battery, nobody will like it. So if you want a rabbit that runs around while the app is just sitting there, think about battery. Maybe that rabbit is not worth it. And then, so reduce wake up locks. So wake up locks, whenever the phone is locked, and then let's say your phone is locked and you say, hey Siri, and then the phone gets like response, that's a wake up lock. So you want to minimize those as much as possible because they consume battery. And then also you want to monitor battery usage. And to do that, they provide a tool for it, which is like Tool Windows Profiler. And it's here. So tool, what is it? Resource. I can find it again. All right, it's here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to run quickly and I can't see anything now. All right. Anyway, it's there. It's something that allows you to monitor stuff like inspecting the battery usage on the phone. Like finding out the service calls and all that. So it's there. And that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Well, you hold the record. That's the first thing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think yours would be called a master class on Android development, especially the beginner.
Yeah, I think we might need to change the name.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
don't have any questions. Thank you. That was really good.
Yeah, this is a master class, like all development of Android.
Yeah.
Yes. So basically, anyone watching this later, you start watching as a noob and you come out a senior.
Yes, yes.
I thought initially I would be like learning Android development, but I think like you touch on programming itself. So
Yeah.
what you just shared, it's beyond Android, and I'm really grateful for it. You did an amazing job, honestly.
Yeah.
Very good.
You had a lot of kudos in the chat too, by the way. So yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and then Bunel just said, in addition to Android, you gave a very good perspective on what it takes to build software.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of concerns, not just writing code. There's a lot of things around that.
That's true.
That
Yeah.
should be taken into consideration.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And sorry for taking more of your time than planned.
No, it's all good.
Perfect.
And thanks also to the team.
Yeah.
Thanks to Aziz and Ben, because I know it went beyond the time. I was like, oh, maybe they're gonna cut it, but you let it go. And I think thanks for that. Thanks
Yeah, I think you were in the zone at least. You were like, you know what? Let's continue.
We were in the zone, like people were in the zone asking questions, and also, I mean, we can't disturb that. We have to.
Yeah, no, kudos to you for reading that. Indeed, people were very captivated, and then you guys kind of picked that, and then you let it go. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Afis. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.